All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys, as always, for joining me today. And thank you for waiting patiently for the stream to actually begin. See many of you guys talking amongst one another. Pretty cool to see, as always. Always just kind of watching, seeing what's going on. And yeah, I'm always appreciative of you guys being here so early. That's one of the cooler things that I've noticed about this community. I mean, we do multiple streams a week, and it's just always really fun to see so many people show up so early because, I don't know, we have, maybe it's the topic today. I'm sure it is because we're talking about Jim Ryan. Jim Ryan has, well, I was going to say he's come out and he's done another interview or did a Q&A, but it's interesting because the information we're going to be going over, covering everything Jim Ryan said, he didn't actually say it this year. This is stuff that was actually said last year in 2022, but I think is pretty relevant because it's going to tell us quite a bit about PlayStation's vision and, you know, their plans for the remainder of the generation. So it should be an interesting time. Before I go over these topics and talk about these topics, I want to give a shout out to a couple of people here. William, you're saying MBG used my post on X when covering the interview. Yeah, I did see that. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely. It's hard to get all of the context when it comes to this stuff, especially on a place like X, or formerly known as Twitter, because there's just so much to unpack. The good news is, William and everybody else, I'm going to be reading everything. You know, it's not the longest Q&A ever, but I'm going to be reading the entire question and the entire answer that Jim Ryan provided for each question. So there's no concern as to whether or not there are things being left out or anything like that. So before we do that, as always, I want to let you guys know ways you can help support the channel, help support the content. We have some generous community members already showing incredible support. As always, first off, thank you guys for that. If you want, you can become a channel member. I just put out a new channel member video yesterday, something a little bit different, something a little bit more personal about PlayStation memories, kind of talking about the games that we, that we think about, the games that come to mind when it comes to the PlayStation 1, the PlayStation 2, 3, so on and so forth. So if you are already a channel member, go check that content out. If you are not a channel member, you can gain access to that as well as all of the member exclusive content that I've created. And as long as you remain a member, you will continue to have access to all future member exclusive content. So if you are a channel member, consider gifting channel memberships. We have Hellbound 1981. We have Fred ADHD Vance, both of them gifting 5 memberships each. But on top of that, we also have Jake S215 gifting a membership as well. So before we really get into any of these topics, we have 11 membership gifts doled out. So let's get some W's in the chat for these guys.
Thank you.
Really appreciate all the continued support. Many of you guys continue to show up to each stream and gift these memberships, and it really does mean a lot. So if you don't want to become a channel member or you're not interested in gifting channel memberships, there's another way you can help support my content. We have New Soul 9 here, who has donated multiple super chats, which I'm going to read in a little bit. That's what you can do. You can donate a super chat. Not only does it help support me and my content directly, but you get to partake in the conversation in a different way. You can kind of steer the conversation sometimes, ask questions, give thoughts, give opinions, whatever it might be. So yeah, these are the 3 main ways. If you are watching the stream and hanging out, you can help support not only the content directly, but me directly as well. So thank you to everybody who does that. Big shout out to you guys. And last but not least, I don't know what's going on with my voice here. Please hit that like button, guys. We are sitting at 80 likes. If you do enjoy these streams and you want to communicate that to me, you want to say, hey, MBG, I really appreciate these streams. I like tuning in. Simplest way you can do that, hit that like button. That's the easiest way for you to let me know. So we're going to start here with a rundown of the topics that I plan to discuss with you today. Then I'm going to move on to talking about new SONY'S super chats here. Before we do that, we have Figuratively Literal. He's re-upping his membership. Shout out to Figuratively Literal. Appreciate that, bud. That actually brings us up to 12 memberships on the day. And then following that, Exley 3000, the legends return once again. Exley 3000 comes in and drops 5 more membership gifts. Absolutely love to see it, guys. Thank you for the incredible support. It really does mean everything to me and this community. So big shout out to these guys. Let's get some W's in the chat. Appreciate it. Got to give you another thank you for that. And
do not be sorry.
Put a Kratos in there as well. Better. So Exley, love to see it, man. And we, guys, before we can even get into any of these topics, we have some generous community members. They're saying that they want to get a full-blown membership train going before we dive into anything, because Herpyderps follows up Exley 3000 and gifts another 5 memberships. They're handing out the memberships, guys. Thank you so much, Herpyderps. I love to see it, man. I love to see how generous this community is. It's awesome to see. Thank you guys for all the support. I was asking for some feedback from my community when it comes to the way I acknowledge memberships. And the general consensus, from what I can tell, is that there are some people who would prefer it to change. There are others who actually really like the way it happens right now. So what I will say is that there seems to be a trend where at the beginning of the streams, we usually get a little bit of a membership train going, and I think everybody's kind of on board with that, no pun intended, and okay with that. And I think a good middle point that we can all meet at when it comes to the membership gifting is when I'm giving my thoughts on something, and if I happen to get some memberships in between that, I'll finish my thought before I acknowledge it. I think that's probably the better way to do it, because the only problem, and this happens to me sometimes, I'm sure as many of you are aware, is that as soon as I see a membership drop, I feel like I have to acknowledge it that second. And I don't mind doing that. I like doing that. I like showing the appreciation and thanking you guys and giving you guys a spotlight, because you absolutely deserve it. But sometimes it can make me lose my train of thought. Again, no pun intended there. So, man, where are these puns coming from? So yeah, we'll do that, and yeah, just keep that in mind. But big shout out to you guys. We're at 22 members already on the day before we can even get into any topics. I very much appreciate that, guys. So with that being said, let me let you know some of the topics we're going to be discussing over the course of today's stream. The first topic I want to talk to you guys about is a new PlayStation 5 upgrade program. I don't have a ton to say about it, but it's actually pretty significant. And I'm under the assumption that most of you guys here right now either already have PlayStation 5s or, are not necessarily interested in buying another PlayStation 5. There may be some people here, though, who were waiting for something like this, but I also want to let you guys know the details of this upgrade program, so that way if you have any friends or family members, that you can tell them about this, just in case they were kind of, again, waiting for some type of promotion. The second topic we're going to be talking about is the extensive Jim Ryan Q&A. This is going to be the bulk of this stream because there's a lot to unpack. It's going to lead to different conversations, and again, this is stuff that was once redacted that is now unredacted, information that we weren't necessarily supposed to know about, but I'm glad we are now having access to it so we can talk about it. We're going to talk a little bit about Spider-Man 2. We're going to talk a little bit about Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. We're going to talk about, as long as time permits, a new premium PlayStation 5 controller that's coming out that promises to remove stick drift. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about the Metal Gear Solid collection and possibly this whole situation going on with Unity. I can't promise I will get to every one of these topics, but my hope is to do so. And we have Jay Pierce getting in on this membership train. Jay Pierce says, you know what? I want to drop another membership gift as well. So guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Jay. He brings us up to 23 members on the day. So we're practically halfway at our goal. And again, it just goes to show how amazing this community is. Now, I'm going to dive into these super chats from New Soul 9. I think he dropped, what is this, like 5 or 6 super chats, which again, thank you for that. I'm going to read them all without stopping. He says, MBG, I would like to add from our conversation from Friday's stream. You can disagree. I would personally argue that the way Microsoft is relying on games is a good way to go about it. When Microsoft sees or thinks relying, that would make them straight up end up owning. That the only way I would or could logically see someone replying okay to do. Versus, I'm trying to just read these word for word. Versus Sony just simply relying on a game that they are not nor planning to own in the future. At that point, I would say don't rely on it if it's the case/situation, because that can be taken away from you if you don't have the mentality as Microsoft of straight up owning when you think of replying on something. And you also issue a response to Gaming Survivor saying, yes, I agreed, but I'm talking specifically about the way Microsoft relies on games is actually okay to do versus Sony just sitting and hoping that the game will stay there forever, which is a bad bet to make. So yeah, we can go back to this topic momentarily here because it is relevant. It will continue to be relevant. And believe it or not, New Soul 9, a portion of Jim Ryan's Q&A, he talks specifically about this. He talks about acquisitions. He doesn't necessarily dive into the whole conversation between third-party exclusivity deals versus ownership, as far as I'm aware. But he talks about acquisitions. So keep that in mind when we go forward, because that's definitely going to lead to an extension of this conversation. But what you're basically, if I'm understanding what you're saying here, you're saying that you think Microsoft is going about it in a better way than Sony currently is, because Microsoft's end goal is to own the games rather than paying to have them temporarily, paying for any kind of deal or striking a business partnership, because it's risky, because at the end of the day, Sony does not ultimately control those games, those intellectual properties, and the companies that are behind them. And I read a comment on, I think it was my last stream. I read a comment on my last stream, and it was an extensive comment. And I appreciated the fact that it wasn't being rude. It wasn't being snarky. It was just somebody disagreeing with my focus on Microsoft and on Xbox, and essentially saying that maybe it's time to refocus and look at Jim Ryan and look at PlayStation and question, right? Question their decisions. Question where the first-party games are, where the announcements are for the future. Question what they're doing with the live service games. And, these are all things that we have done and will continue to do as long as we don't have answers. That's why I'm excited to actually go over this Jim Ryan Q&A, because we do get some answers to some of these questions, which is great. But the one thing this person brought up, and it's very relevant to what you're saying, New Soul 9, is they questioned why Jim Ryan and Sony are not being more aggressive when it comes to ownership. They questioned, why is it that their main competitor, Microsoft, is out here buying publishers, Bethesda, now Activision Blizzard, and drawing the line in the sand saying, we're buying to own. That's what we're doing. Period. End of discussion. No more relying on third-party exclusivity deals. No more relying on marketing deals. We're going to buy to own. And the person just simply was asking, should we be posing the question to Sony and Jim Ryan, what is your response to this? Because as of right now, the only response has been buying some smaller studios, and the biggest studio that they purchased is Bungie. And, I will admit that this is a great question to ask, and it is something that we should put more focus on. I'm not necessarily jumping to a conclusion and saying, yeah, Sony should be more aggressive and they should go out and they should buy publishers now, or they should try to buy bigger studios. I'm not saying that is the conclusion I'm coming to. However, you do have to wonder, now that the escalation has been set in stone. And what I mean by that is Bethesda was purchased. They've been owned by Microsoft for a little while now. And you have Activision Blizzard. And we just got the news this past week that the CMA, the biggest hurdle that Microsoft was facing, approved it. And it's a done deal, pretty much. I mean, it's not officially announced yet. The announcement will likely occur in October, but it's pretty much a done deal. So, Microsoft went on a massive buying spree, and you really have to underline the word massive, as in the implications that owning both Bethesda and Activision Blizzard have on as like to Microsoft. The implications that it has for Microsoft as a competitor to Sony is something that no matter what, Sony has to contend with, whether they like it or not, whether they're worried or not, it doesn't matter. They have to contend with that. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is that I don't know that I wholeheartedly agree with the notion that Sony needs to get more aggressive with, I think I have like an eyelash falling out here again for some reason. Sorry guys, my eyelashes just decided to fall out and try to go into my eye. Gotta love it when that happens, man. Happens at the most convenient times. Does that ever happen to anybody? You're just sitting there and then just suddenly like 3 or 4 eyelashes just fall out. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna need to get an eye patch, clearly. Actually, I think I do have an eye patch for that Big Boss cosplay. Sorry about that. I don't know that I wholeheartedly agree with this notion that Sony should immediately get very aggressive and focus on owning as many things as they can or more things. I think no matter what, this escalation that I referred to, the escalation that has now been solidified with these big publisher acquisitions, when I say that Sony's going to have to contend with that, they already have been. Sony has made more acquisitions in the past 3 years than they've made their entire time in the gaming industry. That tells you something, and it tells you, yeah, they're paying attention. Now, granted, these acquisitions are not anywhere near the level of something like Activision Blizzard or maybe even Bethesda for that matter. And it remains to be seen if that's going to be Sony's solution. Here's what I'll say, okay? And again, we'll dive into this further down the line when we talk about Jim Ryan's answers. Here's what I'll say. My feelings on it right now are this. I think Sony is in an okay position to continue doing what they're doing. And what I mean by that is if their focus is on smaller to medium-sized studios that they feel as though have a lot of potential and they can grow them, and they can be a studio that starts out small and becomes very large over the course of the next decade, I think that's fine. I think that is maybe even the ideal way for Sony to handle it. And although it might not be the most aggressive and it might not make the headlines, and that's something Jim Ryan talks about, which we're going to go over, it is still a very effective and efficient way to go about running your first-party studios and portfolio. Because when I think of the acquisitions that Sony made, we have yet to really feel the full effect of that. Studios like Housemarque, studios like Bluepoint Games, potentially studios like Firewalk. I mean, I can't really speak to Firewalk or Haven. We need to see their games first. But when I think of studios like Housemarque and Bluepoint, not only do they make a lot of sense to be underneath Sony because they, in the same umbrella, under the same umbrella of studios, because they've worked with them extensively, but it's also because they have immense potential. And I could one day see studios like Housemarque and Bluepoint Games, maybe 6, 7, 8, maybe even 10 years from now. It'll be quite some time, but I could see them growing slowly between now and then. And before we know it, these studios could be right up there with Guerrilla, with Sucker Punch, right? With Santa Monica Studio. I'm not necessarily saying they'll have the same impact with each release, but you do have to think about these big juggernaut studios that Sony owns and where they started. They had humble beginnings. Talent was there, obviously. They put out great games, but they had humble beginnings, and now they are, again, some of the biggest, most talented studios in the world. So you think about Insomniac. Even Insomniac, when they were purchased by Sony, they were working on the biggest game to date, that being Spider-Man 2018, and they've proven that they are a talented developer. They've made AAA games in the past, but I think it's safe to say that ever since Sony acquired them, they've been elevated to another level in terms of just sheer output, right? In sheer efficiency. So that's something that I think we should all keep in mind, that Sony's way of doing it may not be the most exciting in the sense that it makes people jump up and down and cheer and say, yeah, this is incredibly exciting, but it is still just as effective. However, and this is the final part to this answer here, if Sony were to make the decision, especially now that the Activision Blizzard deal is closing, if Sony were to make the decision to buy a publisher, I would be slightly concerned in that, okay, this is escalating rapidly. This is escalating to a point that I would have never imagined, and I think most people would agree with that. If they did that, I would understand. I would have a lot of questions. I would be asking the question, how is this really going to benefit me as a PlayStation owner and player? I would be asking the question, what comes next from either Microsoft or Sony? Because if Sony buys a publisher, then they are actively engaging with a consolidation war with their competitors, mainly Microsoft and other bigger entities that may start making acquisitions of their own. And the real concern there for me when talking about Sony as a company is that I just don't know that Sony has the capital to be able to sustain something like that. So because of that, I'm not convinced that that's what Sony's going to do. But I guess I'm just trying to say, if they were to do that, it would be understandable, because I don't know how you could rationalize condemning Sony if they announced, for example, that they're going to acquire Square Enix, which I don't think that's going to happen. But if it were, I don't know how you could rationalize condemning Sony for doing such a thing when we're witnessing Microsoft do that right now with even bigger publishers. I don't think people would be that upset. I think some people would, but you know, you just at that point have to ask, where does this end? Truly, not just for the industry, but for us as the consumer. Where does it end? When does it end? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe not anytime soon anyway. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. I do understand what you're saying, New Soul 9. There is something very potent about a company like Microsoft being able to, even though it took 3-4 years, however long it's been, there's something very potent about them being able to come out and say, we own every single Bethesda intellectual property and we can make it exclusive. There's something incredibly potent about Microsoft being able to follow that up by saying, we own Activision Blizzard and every intellectual property that they have. And the only one we can't make exclusive is Call of Duty. Everything else is free game. There's something very potent about that. And there's no denying that those are things that Sony would like to be able to do, but they don't necessarily have the same means that Microsoft does to do it. And this is why I'm so eager to get into these Jim Ryan questions and answers, because he actually talks about this to a degree in which I think it paints a very clear picture of what Sony is looking to achieve. We've been sitting here for months, asking the question, what is Sony planning on doing? What is the end game here? We know it's money, right? We know that at the end of the day, for Microsoft and Sony and any of these companies, the end goal is more money. But there's just so much in between that, so many details that we don't know, that we want to know. And I think Jim Ryan gives us some pretty good insight into that. So once again, New Soul 9, I want to give you a big thank you, man. Those are some pretty good super chats, and I really do appreciate that support, bud. Now, before I move on to the first topic here, Jake S215, he says, I got summoned to do jury duty. I'm nervous. Yeah, that's never a great thing. I don't think anybody really likes being summoned for jury duty, but, it's something I think we all have to do at some point. So try not to be nervous, man. It's, it's just a thing that as an adult, you got to just deal with. So good luck though, man. Good luck. BB12, a member for 5 months. He says, MBG, you clearly have a lot of Xbox and neutral fans. When will you leave your quarrel? I love that word, quarrel, with Xbox behind and become more of a neutral content creator? It's hard to say. I mean, the idea of becoming a neutral content creator, it's not something I'm against. It's just something that doesn't align with me at this moment, because my focus, and I know you're mentioning my quarrel with Xbox, my focus recently has been way too much on Microsoft and Xbox. No doubt about that. But one of the biggest reasons people get very frustrated about me talking extensively about Xbox is because I've made it clear that I'm not interested in playing on the Xbox ecosystem right now. And I haven't been for some time. And that's why I do understand why people get frustrated, because it's like, well, why are you talking about something you're not planning on playing? And I agree with that. I do agree with that. So, I have to definitely tone that down a lot for everyone's sake. But I like to think of it this way. I think that there are, like you're saying, like Xbox fans and kind of like neutral gamers that they like Xbox and PlayStation equally. I look at it as anybody who is in that position that comes to my channel can still get something out of it, right? Like, even if you are just an Xbox fan, it doesn't mean you can't have any interest in knowing some of the things that are going on with PlayStation. Vice versa, right? If you're somebody who's a PlayStation fan and you watch Xbox content creators because you just want to know what's going on over there, potentially, you just want to pay some attention to it, and maybe you're curious about some of the games, some of the rumors, some of the news, whatever it might be. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But for me, the reason why I'm not just like saying, you know what, I'm going to cover everything now, is because I'm just not necessarily that interested in doing it. I feel as though if I were to do that, I would still be very much skewed towards, I'm talking mostly about PlayStation. I think everybody would realize that. They'd be like, hey man, you make it sound like you're a neutral content creator that talks about all things in gaming, but you miss this and you miss that, and you're putting all this focus on PlayStation, and I feel like it would just be obvious that that's what I want to do and that's what I would do. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, to anybody who tunes into my channel, you don't have to be like a PlayStation enthusiast to enjoy this channel. I don't think anyway. Again, a lot of the news we cover, a lot of the things we go over, you can just be a gamer in general, and I think that you can get something out of it. At least I hope so anyway. We have Michael Lynch. Thank you for the super chat, bud. You're saying response to BB12. He doesn't crap on Xbox for no reason. He talks about facts whenever a story reveals itself. He doesn't go PlayStation fanboy. I appreciate that, Michael. I think a lot of people would beg to differ. I think a lot of people feel the opposite of me. And I will say this. It is not what I say. It is how I choose to say it that causes unnecessary friction between me and, certain communities of people. And I realized at the end of the day that I'm not looking for that friction. Although, again, when I'm in the moment saying things and the delivery is not very great, it makes it clear in that moment that you sure you're not looking for friction, because it seems like you are. And so I do have my opinions on things, obviously. I do have my feelings on things. And I just fail to realize time and time again that it is not what you are saying. It is how you are saying it. Because if you want people to listen to what would be considered an unpopular opinion, you're automatically going against the grain. But when you choose to deliver that unpopular opinion in a very worked up manner, in a manner that is not calm, cool, collected, and well thought out, not everyone, but most people are going to miss the point of what you're trying to say. They're going to focus on, number one, the fact that this is an unpopular opinion, and number two, you're going off. And that is, I think, my biggest downfall by far with my content here on the channel, because even I get frustrated with myself where there are things that I want to say and points I want to make, but I literally get in my own way, and then people, they just end up completely missing what it is I was trying to say. And I can't blame them, because it's like, well, look at the way I was saying it. So, but I appreciate the super chat, Michael. We have Jake S215 gifting another membership. Jake thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
That brings us up to 24 members on the day. Once again, I have to sincerely thank you guys for all that support. We are going to move on to the first topic. Sony launches a PS5 upgrade program in the US with one free game. Now, I have the official write-up here from Sony, and I'm going to read it to you so you know every detail about this upgrade program. So it says, free game offer terms. Limited to select games. Offer valid only in the US for eligible PSN account holders who are at least 18 years of age and purchase and activate a new PlayStation 5 console by October 20th, 2023. So by Spider-Man 2's launch day. Game must be redeemed on your activated PS5 console by no later than October 20th, 2023. Limit one game per user, no substitutions or replacements. Offers non-transferable and cannot be combined with other select offers. Game selections subject to change at any time. Offer subject to change or cancellation at any time. Void where prohibited. So I wanted to read that part because this is not necessarily as simple as if you just buy a PS5, you get a free game. There's a little bit more to it. You have to have a PSN account. It's very clear that this specific offer is geared towards PlayStation 4 owners. Okay, people who already have a PlayStation console, people who already have a PSN account. This is meant to get you to say, you know what, I'm going to maybe trade in my PS4 or hold on to it and just purely upgrade to a PS5. And with that, Sony's going to give you one free game. And I'm going to read to you the list of games. It says here, to redeem this, you'll need to buy and activate your new PS5 console. Once your PS5 console is activated, navigate to the PlayStation Store on your PS5 console. You may see a banner with this offer. Click on the offer to make it to the games page, which features eligible games to choose from. Select one game to download for free. And here are the games. Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Demon's Souls, The Last of Us Part 1, Sackboy: Big Adventure, Returnal, Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, and Death Stranding Director's Cut. So a pretty good list of games there. Quite a few people have pointed out that, many of these games are already available on PlayStation Plus Extra, and that is true, but there are a few standouts, specifically God of War Ragnarok and The Last of Us Part 1. These two games are actually not available on PlayStation Plus Extra and have not been. And I think Spider-Man Remastered is actually no longer available on PlayStation Plus Extra. And you also have to consider that people who are going to be upgrading from PS4 to PS5, not all of them are planning to be subscribed to PlayStation Plus in general, let alone be subscribed to PlayStation Plus Extra. So if you are not subscribed to PlayStation Plus Extra and you have no plans on subscribing to it, this is a pretty great list of games to be able to choose from when you upgrade. I think it's a pretty good offer in general. Again, if you pay attention to who it's targeting, PlayStation 4 owners, this is why I wanted to let you guys know about this. So that way, if you have any family or friends that are still playing on PS4 and have just maybe expressed interest of any kind moving to the PlayStation 5, but maybe they're waiting for the right moment, maybe this is the right moment for them. Share this out. I'm actually going to link this down below just to help anybody out who may be interested in my description. It'll be underneath the title. So the link is there if you want to share it out to anybody you know. And I'm not affiliated with this. I know it may sound like I am. I'm not. I have no affiliation. I just think it's a cool offer, man. I think that's a great list of games, and it's a great opportunity. If you're going to buy the PS5, do it while you can get a full free game. Why not? And that is pretty much the first topic I wanted to go over and talk with you guys about. Again, not a massive topic, but relevant. Kyle Film, thank you for the super chat, bud. You're saying, MBG, I fully support you. The one thing I hate about this generation was people will just trash talk a game because it's on another console rather than actually review the game itself, but we are all gamers. Well, first off, I appreciate that, man. And yeah, I've tried. The only game that I feel like I'm guilty of straight up trash talking this generation, and I mean just aggressively trash talking, that I haven't played and reviewed myself, is Redfall. And even then, I think a lot of people were doing the same thing, not necessarily justifying it, but that was the only game that comes to mind. Any other game that I haven't played that I've been critical of, I've also tried to be fair with. Halo Infinite comes to mind, right? I was pretty critical towards Halo Infinite, but it was mainly because it just seemed clear to me that 343 Industries was really struggling, and it just wasn't. They just weren't doing Halo the type of justice that it seemed like they should have. And recently, I don't know, Starfield comes to mind, and I've been a little bit critical of it, but generally I've been pretty positive on Starfield, as I think most people would know if you watch my content. When it comes to PlayStation games, Forspoken comes to mind. I think Forspoken is a game that I've been very critical of, although I did play the demo, but I didn't actually play the game itself. And it's interesting because anytime I am critical of games that I don't necessarily play and review myself, I do notice immediately I attract the attention of people who are playing the game or did play the game. And something that I can say with 100% certainty, even as somebody who will always have an opinion on games I don't play, I think everybody does, right? It's normal. Always, it's important for me and everybody else to always keep in mind that if you haven't experienced the game yourself, no matter what, you're going to be missing a key component. It's no different than watching the Spider-Man 2 gameplay that Sony put out and being incredibly excited for it and having all of these positive feelings, but still understanding that for as good as you feel about it, you've only watched it. You haven't experienced it firsthand. I guess what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, nothing can truly replace that direct firsthand experience. And I agree with you, man. We are all just gamers, and we're all going to come to our own conclusions, a lot of times just based off of what we're seeing, not necessarily even what we're playing. But I think as long as we try to be aware of that fact, we try to maintain awareness, hey, I haven't played it. I have my thoughts on what I've seen, but I still haven't played it. So, yeah, we just have to be aware of that. So, yeah, Fred, I can get behind that, man. At the end of the day, play what you enjoy. You know what? Speaking of playing what you enjoy, before I move on to this extensive Jim Ryan Q&A, I just want to say this, and this is because I think this is the perfect time for me to bring this up. I was talking to you guys recently about how I'm very unsure if I'm going to buy Mortal Kombat 1. And I was talking in this way where I'm like, I I just don't know if I'm going to enjoy it that much. I don't know if I'm really into fighting games anymore, especially like I used to be. And I took a chance and I bought it mainly because it just looks high quality, right? Like I had no doubt that regardless of how I felt about Mortal Kombat 1, it was going to come off to me like a very high quality, polished game. I had no doubt about that. And let me just tell you, I'm very glad I bought Mortal Kombat 1 because I'm kind of addicted to it right now. I did not expect this. I played the story and the story was pretty fun. It was very silly, but very much Mortal Kombat, very enjoyable. And now I'm just totally addicted to these other modes, the invasion mode, the towers mode, and I'm probably going to try playing online soon. And I'm now they just totally roped me in. And that was very unexpected to me because I really felt like I had outgrown fighting games. Like I just it wasn't going to do anything for me anymore. And I was just going to get annoyed by it. But instead, I actually found that I'm enjoying this way more than I thought I would, to the point where I'm struggling to bring myself to play anything else. I'm kind of addicted to it. So yeah, man, sometimes you have to be willing to take some chances, of course. And I definitely took a chance on Mortal Kombat because I was pretty convinced I was going to regret that decision to buy it. And I was going to feel like, I only got like a couple days of playing this game and now I'm over it. So Ansel says, yes, I'm glad you're enjoying an MBG. Fighting game supremacy. Well, you know what? I was feeling the same way about Tekken 8, but now that I'm realizing just how much I'm enjoying Mortal Kombat 1, I'm like, yeah, Tekken 8's going to have to be a day one buy. And I don't know how good I am, man. I mean, I'm playing as Sub-Zero. I'm most comfortable with Sub-Zero. I feel like I've learned his moveset the quickest. And I'm not really that great at like chaining together combos. I mean, I see some of the combos that people do where it's like you take away 75% of somebody's health bar in one combo. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. Certainly not. But I'm playing in the tower mode. And I'm specifically playing the section where you face 10 opponents. And I'm playing it on hard. And I noticed that I start to struggle when I get to number 8 and number 9 out of 10. That's when the difficulty ramps up quite a bit. And the last fight I played, I think I was on number 8 on hard mode playing a Sub-Zero against Melina. And I was struggling, dude. Like I just could not get any hits in. She's just doing these crazy combos. And I don't know, again, how difficult that is in terms of if you were to play online against people, how much better they are than even the AI. But I'm enjoying it. That's the point. I'm enjoying it, man. So I actually have this desire to try to get better and improve. But I just thought that would be a good opportunity for me to talk about that because that's what I'm currently playing. Very much so. I have another super chat from Herpy Derps, dude. Thank you so much, man. Herpy Derps donates $20 with his super chat. Very kind of you. You're saying, seeing Square Enix warming up to Xbox, I personally think that Sony should just acquire them. It feels like Square is acting like a girl telling her boyfriend she has other options if she doesn't marry her at this point. LOL. It is kind of funny to look at it that way, right? But the thing about Square Enix here is, all right, so this will be a good time for me to bring up one of the things that Jim Ryan said in his Q&A, because we're about to move on to that and we're going to read everything that was said. But one of the things he was asked is, and I'm paraphrasing here, what are you looking for when it comes to acquisitions? And he said specifically, Sony is looking for expertise that they don't have. That is pretty much what he said. When they evaluate who should we think about acquiring, who should we consider trying to make an offer to or negotiating with, he specifically focused on a studio or a developer, or in this case, I have to assume it also applies to a publisher that has expertise in an area where they lack it. And when you think of Square Enix, it's hard to say if Sony views them that way, right? I mean, we could look at Final Fantasy XIV and we could come to the conclusion that that shows that Square has some level of expertise with live service. So maybe there's that. But then again, Sony already bought Bungie, and Sony made it clear that that's why they bought Bungie. You also think about the Final Fantasy games. I don't know that Sony looks at Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth and automatically thinks this is an area where Square's demonstrating expertise that we lack. I don't know, because when you think about games like Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok, they are not necessarily directly comparable to these games. Right? They're not directly comparable to these games, but the general concept behind them, big AAA single-player narrative-driven titles, maybe with the big difference maker being that one has some RPG mechanics or heavy RPG mechanics, the others do not. So when you consider this, I just don't know that Sony is feeling like pressured to try and acquire Square. Maybe they've already negotiated. Maybe Square wants more money than what Sony's willing to pay. Maybe Sony is waiting. I don't know what exactly they would be waiting for, but we also do have to consider that Square has struggled as well. And that is in a way what has led them to go talk to Microsoft and be more open to that. Square has struggled to, put out games that do well critically and commercially consistently. For every awesome thing we get from Square, like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, which looks like it's going to be a massive hit for them, Final Fantasy 16, there's also a Babylon's Fall. There's also a Forspoken. And there are other games that I know flopped for them, like Avengers, right? These are titles that are under Square Enix's belt that Sony does have to heavily consider if they were to approach them and talk about possible acquisition. And Sony may have just decided that it's not worth it, Because even if you consider like Microsoft getting closer to Square, even if Microsoft were to try to buy Square, it seems highly unlikely. But if it did happen and Microsoft acquired Square, well, that would be bad for Sony, no doubt about it, because they would lose something again. But Microsoft would also have to take on that potential burden of this is a publisher that has put out some really not good games or games that from a financial level really hurt them. And now Microsoft has to contend with that, just like Sony would if Sony acquired them. So I definitely understand what you're saying, Herpy Derps, because it is getting to a point where you have to imagine if Sony has any intention of trying to acquire Square, that they're going to look into doing it now. Maybe they should have looked into doing that yesterday before they struck this partnership with Microsoft. But the fact that they struck this partnership with Xbox and they're warming up to them, as you say, the fact that they did that tells me that I don't think Sony has any interest, man. When we go over momentarily here, I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. When we go over everything Jim Ryan had to say, you're going to, I think, get a better understanding of how Sony is planning to survive and thrive potentially going forward. And you might just walk away from it a little bit surprised. Maybe. Maybe not. But Herpy Derps, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. Very generous of you. And we have Kevin G. Kevin G says with a $2 super chat, never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, Kevin G. Yeah, thank you guys for all of your support. Now, before we move on to the second topic, which talks about, finally, what I've been alluding to this entire time, this extensive Q&A with Jim Ryan, I want to ask you guys to please hit that like button. We're already sitting at 180 likes. We have over 600 people here watching. We could easily get to 200. I would very much appreciate that. It helps the streams tremendously. And I have a super chat here from Kyle Film, and he says, MBG, just some notes here since I'm in the Asia PlayStation market. Where Final Fantasy is a major driven factors that 50% of people are buying PlayStation for, even the fact Persona went all platform hurts the Asia PlayStation sales. Yes, that to me was very interesting as well. I think we're beginning to see a theme. I think we are. I think we're beginning to see a theme, and that theme is, yeah, I just got rickrolled. That theme is clearly Sony beginning to loosen their grip on third-party partnerships, on third-party exclusivity. And again, without diving too deep into it, I think once we go over what Jim Ryan says here, you're going to see clearly what's going on. And I wouldn't be surprised if Final Fantasy's next. So I understand from our point of view, maybe that's a bad thing, right? Like, these are games that sell PlayStations. These are games that win people over when they're making a decision. Which console ecosystem do I want to invest in? Games like Persona, games like Final Fantasy. As long as Sony can secure them as exclusives, maybe they're not, they're not on the same level as some of the more, I guess you could say, universal AAA exclusives, but they have their audiences. And actually, Final Fantasy, I would say, is pretty universal. Maybe Persona's a little bit less so, but still, there are people that do make their decision based off of that, stuff like that. So, all right. Finally, we have an extensive Q&A with investors from Fidelity. Q&A with PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan. Now, I'm actually reading this from a Reddit user on the PlayStation 5 subreddit. They posted the entire thing 21 hours ago. PB Oats 121. And I want to give a shout out to them because they provided everything here. And they preface it by saying a couple of things to point out. This interview with Jim Ryan was conducted in 2022, and some of the questions were previously redacted. He touches on how SIE looks at potential M&A mergers, PSVR 2, Bungie, their first-party portfolio, and touches on Xbox and the Game Pass subscription model. His comments on SIE's first-party portfolio going forward were very reassuring, in my opinion. I think a large contingent of you will find it as well. So yes, very interesting stuff here, guys. So buckle up because there's a lot to unpack here. So we're going to start with the first question. You mentioned that you'll be launching 10 new games, and your goal is to double your first-party revenue stream within 4 years. So, out of these 10 games, how much will come from your existing titles? Jim Ryan says, quote, "It's a mixture. I'm not going to go beyond anything that's already been announced, but it would be fair to say that when you look at our IP portfolio, and when you think about the biggest names in there, having those games break out from the constraints of the console model is a very significant prospect for us. You can assume that a significant portion of our existing AAA IP will find its way into a live service game. We have partnerships under development with people who we've already worked with and with some new partners who will bring new IP to PlayStation. And there's even 1 or 2 things that are completely new that are coming from the ground up. But I think that it's the first category that really excites us because those games leverage something that we already know resonates massively with the gaming community. It's an untapped opportunity for us. And if we do it right, the potential upside for SIE will be enormous. So right off the bat here with the first question that Jim Ryan answers, we are getting significant information. And it kind of makes me laugh a little bit because he almost sounds like me. Ironically enough, how many times have I talked about the things that Sony is working on behind the scenes that we can infer based off of many job listings? He seems to be inferring that exact same thing here. So let's break this down, okay? He's pointing out that when they look at their IP portfolio and they think of the biggest names, he believes that breaking free from the constraints of the console model is a significant prospect for Sony. Now, I think some people might immediately feel annoyed by, like some PlayStation fans might be annoyed by that, but here's the thing. That's been happening for the past 3 years. So if you've been paying attention, you see what Sony is doing with their intellectual properties, bringing some of these games to PC, or a lot of them now, and trying to get TV shows and movies off the ground and just expanding horizontally. That's what he means when he talks about breaking free from the console. I think it's important to understand that he is not saying that these games and these properties are not important to the console and in selling the console. I mean, that should be obvious, right? Like, there's no denying that Spider-Man being exclusive to the PS5, even if it's for a year and a half or 2 years, is going to sell a lot of PlayStation 5 consoles. Same thing with any other upcoming exclusive that's not going to be live service. So I think it's important to understand what he's trying to say, and that's simply that they have to expose their IP to a wider range of people. Now, we've talked extensively about the upsides and the downsides to this. Generally speaking, I think Sony's been doing a pretty good job. They haven't done anything, in my opinion, that's just totally out of left field, like, whoa, I can't believe they did that. They've been putting a lot of their big name games on the PC, and I don't know if they're necessarily growing the audience, but they're making more money from their IP doing that. Maybe they are growing their audience a little bit in that way. You see a show like The Last of Us HBO and how ridiculously successful it is. I can assure you that millions of people who had no idea what The Last of Us even was are now Last of Us fans because of that HBO show. And as we saw, it directly impacted the sales of not only The Last of Us Part 1 on PlayStation 5 and probably PC, but also even The Last of Us Part 2. So that's really what he's communicating there. But he says something very interesting here. Check this out. This is a quote from Jim Ryan, and he confirmed something that I have been assuming, and he says you can assume. He confirmed something that I've been assuming for years now. Quote, you can assume that a significant portion of our existing AAA IP will find its way into a live service game. Okay, now, there are two ways you can take this. I think the surface level, and this is why I have to say I assume, I think it confirms an assumption. There are two ways you can take this, and I may be misreading this. I want to make that clear. I may be completely misreading this. He could mean what we've been seeing with games like Fortnite. Like, hey, we're throwing Horizon, Aloy and Kratos and Nathan Drake. We're putting these characters from our AAA IP into these live service games. That could be what he's referring to. A part of me reads this, though, and this is why I'm saying we have to be careful, because I could be misreading it, as he's basically saying that all of the major AAA IP that Sony owns, they're going to have a separate live service game for. And I feel like this has essentially been confirmed through job listings, but it's interesting to hear this worded in such a way, because I've always said that what makes the most sense to me with what Sony's trying to achieve here is, okay, you have The Last of Us Part 1, you have The Last of Us Part 2, and presumably eventually, maybe you'll have The Last of Us Part 3. But to create a standalone live service Last of Us game that exists separately from those single player games kind of makes sense to me, right? Because it's you're leveraging one of your biggest IPs, you're leveraging the power of it, the name, the everything that goes along with it, and you're saying there's a multiplayer game here that you can play forever if you want. But we still have the single player experiences as well for those who want it. So it was interesting to read him actually saying that. And I'm trying to make sure that there's nothing else of major significance here. Check this out. He says, we have partnerships under development with people who we've already worked with and with some new partners. So he's hinting at their third-party exclusivity partnerships. So again, this was conducted, I believe, in February of 2022. So we can assume he was talking about games like Rise of the Ronin, games like Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I can't recall if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, was announced by this time yet. But then he says, he references that these partners will bring new IP to PlayStation. So he could be talking about like Ballistic Moon here, right? Ballistic Moon is apparently working on a AAA horror PS5 exclusive game. And he says check this out, there's even one or two things that are completely new that are coming from the ground up. Now, I'm assuming he is once again referencing partnerships here when he says that. But, he could be talking about first party. But either way, he's just dropping so many different hints here. And you got to wonder, like, if some of the stuff he was talking about still hasn't been announced yet. But then he says here, and this is also very important, it's an untapped opportunity for us, and if we do it right, the potential upside for SIE will be enormous. Okay, he is referencing live service games there, okay? And he definitely gives us way more information about live service games and how Sony views them going forward. So we're going to move on to the second question here. In order to double your first-party game revenue, how many of the 10 new games need to be big hits? Now, again, these 10 games, he's talking about live service, like the questions they're asking about live service. Before I even give you his answer, I really want you guys to focus on this. Do you want to know Sony's plan going forward? How is Sony going to contend with Microsoft? How is Sony going to compete with Microsoft, knowing that Microsoft is out here buying entire video game publishers? This is how they do it. They want to literally double their entire revenue stream. And that is very significant when you consider how much revenue PlayStation brings in quarterly and every fiscal year. They are, I don't know if they're number one, but they're either number one or two. They're up there. They're raking in a tremendous amount of money. And that is done without their own live service games. Now, them having their own successful live service games is what's going to do this. And it's what's going to allow them, if they can succeed, to remain a market leader, right? Because that's what this comes down to. A lot of people have talked about how Microsoft is posing a major threat to PlayStation's stronghold as being the dominant market leader. And as these acquisitions go through, like especially when the Activision Blizzard acquisition goes through, that's going to bump up Microsoft in a massive way in terms of revenue. Now, I understand that some people are like, who cares? I just care about the games. I don't care about the business side. Keep in mind, this is an interview that Jim Ryan's conducting, or Q&A, with investors. So that's why this conversation is going to be very business oriented. And that's why I want people to keep in mind that when we're talking about why is Microsoft doing what they're doing with these acquisitions, why is Sony doing what they're doing with these live service games, it's all in the name of the same thing: more revenue. The company that gets the most revenue has the highest chance of making the most profit, therefore having the most market share. So his answer, let me start over. In order to double your first party game revenue, how many of the 10 new games need to be big hits? Jim Ryan says, quote, "It would be naive for us to assume that all 10 games will be a massive success. So that is not a necessary condition for us to double first party revenues. That is certainly not what we're assuming. Clearly, the distinction between a hit and not a hit is not a binary one. And don't forget that as we do this, we will continue to publish the games that have served us so well over the years. These third-person, graphically beautiful, narrative-rich games will continue to be the bedrock of our first-party publishing business." Okay, this See, this is so revealing because it confirms our assumptions straight up. It confirms our assumptions. He says it himself. We are not expecting all 10 live service games to be big hits, nor do we need them to. We have speculated for months, potentially years at this point, that Sony is taking a shotgun approach where they want to throw as many live service games at the wall at one time and just hope that one or maybe even two of them stick. And when we talk about these games sticking, we're talking about them being big money makers. But he then follows it up. I'm going to read it again. And don't forget that as we do this, as we make these live service games and we try to find success in this area, we will continue to publish the games that have served us so well over the years. These third-person, graphically beautiful, narrative-rich games will continue to be the bedrock of our first-party publishing business. Guys, Jim Ryan, in this case, cannot make it any more clear that if you are somebody who has been worried that with this pursuit of live service, it's going to result in less of these first-party, narrative-driven games, right? These big games that many of us love, the bedrock, okay? They are the foundation. They're going to remain the foundation. I've tried to explain to people that when you hear Sony is making 10 live service games, do not mistake that for Sony is going to stop making single-player games or make less single-player games in favor of making live service games. That's not what's happening. It's actually the opposite of that. When it comes to Sony's single-player output, nothing has changed. It's actually only increased. Sony has increased their single-player first-party output in terms of investment. Okay? The only thing they've done is they've took a bunch of money and they essentially said, now let's invest this in a separate area dedicated to live service games. One is not coming at the expense of the other. And that is what I've been trying to explain to people at length, extensively, because there's a lot of concern. There is a lot of concern. And I think that when you hear Jim Ryan come out and say that, no, these games are the bedrock and they're going to be the foundation of PlayStation's publishing unit. I mean, what else do you want, You're saying MBG, but it will. 60% of the money is going into single-player games. That means they're giving up on 60% more single-player games they could make. Well, look, if you're pointing out that all of this money that Sony is putting into live service games, they could, instead of putting them into live service games, put them into even more single-player games. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. They could. But at the same time, it's hard. It would be great for Sony to do that, and I would not be opposed to it. If Sony said, we're going to put all this money into doubling or trying to double our single-player output, that would be great. But Shelly says, no, that's false, MBG. That 60% is bigger than the prior year's investment. Yeah. So that's where it gets a little bit complicated, where when you read that stuff, here, let me simplify it for you. Sony is investing more money and resource into single-player games than ever before. All right? If you compare how much money Sony has put into their single-player games every previous generation, Sony is now putting more money into these games than they ever have. So that's why I'm saying when we look at the amount of money and investment they're making into live service, we have to keep in mind that Sony is not established with live service or multiplayer games. They're not established. So what that means is if they're going to try to be successful, they have to make a bigger investment into that, since they have nothing there, than they would with the things they already have established. Sony already has a bunch of studios making single-player games. They've bought studios that are now making single-player games. The investment is there for single-player. And that's what people need to realize. And I get it. Maybe right now it's difficult to fully embrace that because a lot of people are saying, well, maybe that's true, but where are the games? Like, where are the game announcements? Where are these games? And that's a fair question to ask. Absolutely. That's a fair question to ask. And we've talked about that ad nauseum. I'm not getting into that again because we've talked about it too much. I can't tell you where they are. Other than that, they're there. They just haven't been revealed. And I don't know when they're going to. Yeah, they're cooking. So we just got to be patient. Yeah, I do understand the skepticism as well. I'm not telling people to have blind faith of any kind. I'm just simply saying that, the proof is there, and the proof as in the job listings exist. Some of these games have actually been talked about slightly, just not formally announced. But it's clear that Sony has not put on that show to send a clear message that here are all of our new games. Please be excited. Sony hasn't put that show on yet. And it seems clear to me that they're waiting until after Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to do that. But we have more questions and answers here from Jim Ryan. The next question that Jim Ryan was asked, what would the ideal mix for your first-party games be going forward? How much will be live service games versus traditional first? They keep saying first-person here. They clearly mean third-person narrative-driven games. I don't know why they wrote first-person. Traditional third-person narrative-driven games. So the question Jim is being asked is, what can we expect here? Jim says, quote, "We will continue to make third-person games like we always have, and we expect those to have a slightly greater sales and profitability, reflecting our confidence in the long-term install base of PS5. I need you guys. If there's anything that PlayStation fans who currently enjoy Sony's games, or the games that they've been making the past decade, if there's any one thing you walk away from this interview with that should make you feel very good, I mean very good, I'm going to read it again. We will continue to make these third-person games like we always have, and we expect those games to have slightly greater sales and profitability, reflecting our confidence in the long-term installed base of the PS5. Okay? So not only is Jim Ryan saying that, yeah, we are going to continue to make these games as we always have, and they will be the bedrock, he's even going as far to tell investors that we actually think we're going to make even more money off of them. So the confidence is there. Anybody who is worried about Sony for some reason abandoning these types of games, look, man, I'm not saying things couldn't change. I'm not saying executives don't lie. They shouldn't be lying to investors, certainly not. This should give you a lot of confidence if that's what you come to PlayStation for. And I'm not saying this as like, hey, we need this reassurance. I personally haven't. I don't. For me personally, I've never questioned this. I never have. It never made any sense to me that people would assume that the things that are making Sony millions and millions of dollars quarterly and making them a good profit as well, they have a very good cycle going. I don't understand why people automatically came to this assumption that Sony was basically trading in one for the other, when in reality, it should have been clear this entire time. They're not trading in anything for anything. They have they've conquered one aspect of gaming, and that is we know how to make great AAA single-player games. Better than a lot of other publishers. So what else can we do? And now they're going to try to conquer the live service area as well. So let me read his entire answer. Again, quote, We will continue to make first-person or third-person games like we always have, and we expect those to have a slightly greater sales and profitability, reflecting our confidence in the long-term install base of PS5, as well as the fact that those games will make their way to PC, which we've already seen. So we think that the pie from those games will grow. The pie, a great way to put it, but that growth will be incremental in nature. We think that live service games will build on that foundation and take us to another level. So there you go. Again, he says it word for word right there. The live service games are simply meant to build off of the foundation that's already there, not to replace it. The next question is, Bungie has 1,000 employees and 20 to 30 years of history making games. You're counting on a big contribution from them to help you with these 10 live service games and help you allocate capital effectively, as well as avoid making mistakes. Is that the strategy? Jim Ryan says, quote, "Yes, it is. I've been talking a lot over the past couple of years with our publishing partners, many of whom are slightly farther down the road than we are in terms of live service publishing. What they all have in common is that they've made a lot of mistakes on that road. And I think one of the benefits of being a fast follower in this space is that if we're intelligent and thoughtful, we can learn from those mistakes. But these partners can be viewed as our competitors, and there's a limit to what they will share. Having a premier live service publisher within the group who is extremely keen to collaborate with Sony massively increases our ability to learn and our ability to avoid these mistakes that others have made." So, he's touching a little bit on the acquisition of Bungie, which we have talked about extensively. I'm concerned about, I will say, if there is one singular thing that concerns me, it's not anything to do with Sony's single player ambitions and what they're doing with single player games. My biggest concern is Bungie and their philosophy, and the fact that again, not to sound like a broken record, but we talked about Bungie and how Bungie's philosophy is quantity over quality, and we can fix it after the fact. This is Bungie's philosophy, and it is not one that I agree with. It's one that leaves me very concerned. And I don't mean to be doom and gloom here, but I think I need to say this. Yeah, the Bungification of Sony. If Bungie essentially trying to think of the best way to say this. If Bungie is able to successfully instill this philosophy across all of PlayStation studios that are currently developing live service games successfully, if Sony allows that, I am gravely concerned about these live service games. Gravely concerned, because I just don't agree on any level with that type of philosophy. And I think it is disturbing and frankly concerning that there is a video game, I think they publish their own games, publisher and developer that has this philosophy, and they are as successful as they are. However, even though I'm being very doom and gloom, I have a difficult time believing that every PlayStation studio that is working on a live service game is going to adopt this philosophy. I do want to say that. I don't think it's going to be as on the nose as maybe I'm thinking. What I mean by that is, Bungie, I do want to try to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, just a little bit. And what I mean by that is, if Bungie evaluates a live service game from, I don't know, well, we can't use Naughty Dog, but let's say Sony London, maybe, or maybe Sucker Punch. Like if Sucker Punch is making a full-blown live service Ghost of Tsushima game that they're going to launch alongside Ghost of Tsushima 2, if Bungie evaluates this game, I don't I want to believe that they're not going in saying, if it's not the game we would make, then it doesn't get our approval, because that is the question we need the answer to. Okay? Bungie is either evaluating these games and coming to the conclusion we would make that exact way. So yeah, approved. That we wouldn't do that, so it's not approved. I really hope that's not what's going on right now, because surely even Jim Ryan would have to be aware, Herman Hulst would have to be aware that you can't just copy and paste a winning formula and assume that it's going to work for you, your game, and your studio. You can't. I would have to believe that after all these years in game development and publishing, Sony would be aware of that, to where they can't just let Bungie go in and decide if that's not the type of game they would make and the way they would handle it, then no. I have to believe there's a little bit of nuance that, you know, maybe there are just a couple things here that Bungie will give suggestions on. You know? Maybe something, maybe there is like one major red flag and Bungie points that out. I hope so, because yeah, that's what's concerning, Geronimo. You're saying after seeing Factions 2 get clapped, I can't be completely certain. Yeah, me either. That's why I am kind of worried. Bungie has made 2 IPs. How are they quantity over quality? Please explain. No, I'm not saying Bungie as a studio in terms of IP output is quantity over quality. I'm saying their actual internal philosophy when it comes to making a live service game. Their philosophy is quantity. Like, they literally said it themselves. I watched a video in one of my last streams reacting to it where they said, like, in terms of live service, it is very much about quantity over quality. And maybe that is the sad thing is I think they're not wrong. As much as I disagree with it, they're probably right. Yeah, don't over deliver. That was another one. Oh man, just gets worse. So yeah, I'm not saying from an IP standpoint, because I think to me, it seems like when Bungie delivers a new IP, their quality is there, certainly. But it's in running the live service that they have it's an approach that's very antithetical to what we know from Sony. So it'll be interesting. The Furious, thank you. You're a member for 4 months, saying, imagine X if the first live service games suck and get taken down in 6 months, while Microsoft bolsters their showcase with an ABK bombardment of games. Yeah, I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road very clearly, where as we go further along in this Jim Ryan interview, I'm sure many of you are picking up on the fact that he is putting everything in terms of future growth for PlayStation into these live service games, not acquisitions, into live service games. And so it is reassuring, in my opinion, that he clearly stated, we do not expect all 10 to be successful. That would have been very concerning, because there's no chance they will all be successful. I don't even have any doubt that some of them will shut down quickly, as bad as that sounds. But I don't imagine Sony's going to continue to invest in a game that just didn't find an audience of any kind and isn't making them any money of any kind. He also says that success is not binary. Yeah. Each game will be successful based on its budget and its own audience. Exactly. So to me, it's just very clear that this is a matter of letting the cream rise to the top. If anybody knows that Macho Man clip. But that's pretty much what this is, man. That's what this is. It's Sony taking the shotgun approach, allowing the cream to rise to the top. In this case, it might just be one game. We've seen that all it takes is one successful live service game to completely transform a revenue stream for a video game publisher. He knows that. And it makes complete sense that Sony is going to go down this road rather than the road of, okay, we have to start buying a publisher ourselves now. Because this road is not only less risky, but it makes more sense for Sony. It does. It makes more sense for Sony to invest in this type of game development, knowing that they can essentially achieve the same results. So let's continue. We still have quite a few questions and answers here. Where are we at? Okay, the next question to Jim Ryan. You've made it very clear that there's going to be more acquisitions to come. What is an ideal acquisition target, and what are you hoping it will help you achieve? Jim Ryan says, quote, I think an ideal acquisition target has to help us deliver on our strategies in a way that we're not capable of doing on our own. And when I look at our portfolio of studios and our publishing capabilities, we need help in the areas in which we're not strong at present. We aspire to grow our community, grow engagement with our games, grow the number of people who are playing those games, grow the amount of time people are spending on those games, move across to PC and mobile, and grow the number of people playing with each other. It's in these spaces where we don't have expertise and presence. We need to build expertise. These are some of the reasons behind the acquisition of Bungie. We have publicly stated ambitions in the area of mobile. That's part of the game development that we've not been present in any meaningful extent. So you can assume that we have an interest in acquiring development knowledge and management expertise there. A follow-up question is, did you look at Activision as a target? Was it too big to buy? Jim Ryan says, quote, we know Activision extremely well. They are probably one of our principal partners. In terms of development of Sony's capital, when you look at $69 billion for Activision compared to $3.6 billion for Bungie, we believe that Bungie can give us way more than a $69 billion acquisition of Activision. And that's before considering the relative value of the particular transaction. So very, very interesting answers here from Jim Ryan. Looper42, you're saying quantity over quality does not mean no quality. I'm sure Bungie is providing a template that does not depend on a type of gameplay or idea. That is true. I don't mean to paint things in such a black and white manner, right? It's not that Bungie has, even over the course of Destiny 1 and Destiny 2's life cycle, it's not like they haven't put out quality. They have. Clearly they have, to an extent, because if they didn't, I am a firm believer that I don't care how maybe not great your business practices are, if you don't produce a quality product, people will not play it. I mean, if you look at all of the live service games that are most successful, regardless of how their content roadmap is handled, they all have something in common, and that is that they're all very high quality video games. Like, as in the quality level is there and on display. And so when it comes to these like expansions and everything that Bungie has been known to put out on like, I guess, a yearly basis at this point, I have to believe that at certain times there had to have been quality there. Why would people even consider buying it or supporting it? But at the same time, it is just concerning to me. And I guess this is just speaking to the live service aspect of gaming today. It makes sense. It does. It makes sense that if you're doing a live service game, you do have to focus on quantity over quality. I understand that, but that doesn't remove the concern of the potential downsides. Yeah, I do play Dead by Daylight, and Dead by Daylight is a great example of the way I think the developers handle that game is they have a goal where every 3 months, so basically every quarter, a new survivor, a new killer, and like a whole new kind of a event release for those. And people have complained to, I think it's Behavior Interactive that makes this game. People have complained that they feel like maybe that's just too frequent. Like, you know, some of the killers that they put out are just incredibly underwhelming and just feel kind of like maybe you should just go a longer period of time and focus on creating a really, really high quality killer that even if it takes 6 months or longer, it'll be well worth it. But the reason why they don't do that, as far as I'm aware, is because if they do, every month they go without new content, you lose players. And there's no promise that if you deliver, and I guess this actually is why Bungie has this philosophy, there seemingly is no promise that if you do deliver a quality update and a quality expansion, like really, really high quality, there's no guarantee that you're going to bring those players back. That once they leave, the longer they're gone for, the lower the chance that they're going to come back. And it is unfortunate in a way, because it's like that is the nature of a live service game. It is about being drip fed. It's not about waiting for your meal to cook. It's not about, walking away for a little bit and then coming back. It's about constantly being drip fed so that you don't ever feel hungry, but you don't ever really feel satiated either. It's just existing in this space of you just, I don't know, there's a particular word I'm looking for. I guess there's just this space of almost detrimental comfort, right? Like, I guess that's maybe the best way to describe it. It feels like live service games almost become detrimental comfort, where the reason why it's detrimental is because you're not really going anywhere with it, right? Like, it's just, you are kind of being fed the same thing over and over and over and over, but it's what you know and it's what you're comfortable with. And there's just this kind of almost unhealthy agreement between the players and the developers, where on the development side, they say, well, what we're doing is working, and it's working because it's keeping people here. And the player, and what I'm referring to is quantity, right? Get it out as quick as possible and don't worry about over delivering. And then you think about the player, and from the player aspect, it kind of turns into, yeah, I guess I'm okay with this because we always have something new, right? There's always something different and something new popping up or different, right? And so we'll just stay here. And it's hard. I mean, look, man, it's hard to really determine if this is as bad as it sounds, because if it was as bad as it sounds, then you would have to naturally ask yourself the question, how are these the most popular games in the world then? How are these the games that make the most money and have the most players and have the most engagement? So I don't know, man. Maybe there's more to it. Gambling mechanics? Maybe. I don't know though. Like, you would think that would be the most addicting thing, and maybe it is, but gambling mechanics have been removed, at least in the console space. I can't speak for the mobile space. Seemingly removed from most of these games, where it's not about gambling mechanics. It's more about, again, just a constant drip feed of here's more stuff, another skin, more skins, more weapon skins, more another map. So I don't know, man. I just will say this. It's easy for me to judge these things and speak about them from my position. I'm not running any of these companies. I'm not in the video game business. I'm not out here trying to figure out how do I make a successful game? How do I keep shareholders happy? I don't know. I'm not doing any of those things, luckily, because it sounds very stressful. So I don't want to say definitively that I know what would work and what wouldn't, because I don't. But I can safely say that there are things that sound concerning, certainly. Anyway, I got a little bit off track there. Let me, I want to go back to this question and answer. I'm going to repeat it. Did you look at Activision as a target? Was it too big to buy? Jim says, we know Activision extremely well. They are probably one of our principal partners in terms of development of Sony's capital. When you look at a $69 billion for Activision compared to $3.6 billion for Bungie, we believe that Bungie can give us way more than a $69 billion acquisition of Activision. And that's before considering relative value of that particular transaction. So this is a pretty heavy statement from Jim. And we do have to keep in mind he's talking to shareholders, and the shareholders are clearly expressing a little bit of, so your competitor just bought Activision, you guys bought Bungie, can you guys even afford Activision? And of course, Jim's going to get a little bit defensive in that. I think that's part of the job in his, again, this is not stuff that's meant to be made public. I mean, do we really believe that Bungie is going to give more value to Sony than Activision Blizzard is going to give to Microsoft? I think the answer is no. Probably not. I will say this, though. And before I do, Nas, dude, thank you so much, man. Nas is keeping the membership train going today. Nas drops another membership gift for us. And he brings us up to the halfway point, guys. We are now sitting at 25 members. So halfway from the goal of 50. Shout out to you, Nas. Thank you so much, man. And a big shout out to everybody who continues to support the channel here. So you're saying that statement sounds like Sony could have bought Activision? I mean, it is worth noting that Jim kind of does avoid answering that question directly. Like, he doesn't say we can, he doesn't say we could have directly bought Activision, and he also doesn't say that we couldn't. I think the assumption is that maybe he couldn't, right? Maybe they couldn't. And whoa, hold on, everybody. Hold on. We have Lose Yourself as we're diving deep into this interview with Jim Ryan. Lose Yourself comes in and drops a 20 bomb on this community. He drops 20 membership gifts out of nowhere. Massive win for Lose Yourself. Guys, we need some W's in the chat. Holy crap. Dude, Lose Yourself, thank you so much for that, man.
Appreciate it.
That is colossal, dude. Massive support for me, the channel, and this community. So I will use this opportunity, since that was such a large membership gift, I will use this opportunity to let everybody know, if you are new here, make sure you click Lose Yourself's icon at the top of the chat, okay? And if you're not already, you can opt in to receive a membership gift. As you can see, we have very, very generous individuals here on this channel. Lose Yourself says you're welcome. Great channel. Really appreciate that, man. And I know I sound like a broken record all the time, but I cannot express my gratitude enough to those of you who show such profound support for the channel and the content. You guys make this possible. So thank you so much for that, Lose Yourself. I got to give you one more soundbite, man. I'll give you a Venom. And Exley 3000. You guys clearly have a full-blown membership train going. Exley 3000, another legend here, comes in and drops 5 more membership gifts. And just like that, we hit our goal. Literally just a minute and a half ago, I was talking about how we were at the halfway point, and Lose Yourself and Exley come in together and they just smash that goal, dude. They absolutely obliterate it. So huge numbers, guys. Thank you for the continued support. As it's beginning to pour rain outside. I mean, it's just pouring out there. And holy crap, dude. Look at this. Anonymous Boss goes, yo, in the chat. Yo is right. Hellbound comes in and drops 5 more memberships. And then Lose Yourself. Lose Yourself comes in with a second 20 bomb. Holy, I can't even, I'm processing this, dude. Another 20 memberships gifted. He just gifted 40 memberships, bro. Lose Yourself. That is insane, man. He's saying Eminem they're making Eminem jokes. That dude, thank you so much for that. Yeah, guys, W's in the chat for Lose Yourself, going big today. The generosity of this community never ceases to amaze me, man. And then on top of that, Jake S215 says, you know what? I got to get in on this again. And he drops another membership gift. Guys, we just went from 25 memberships. I was going to tell you where we're at, but now Fred ADHD Vance, he says, I want to be MBG's ADHD here. I want to keep this membership train going. He drops 5 more memberships. Guys, we went from 25 members to now we're sitting at 81 in a matter of minutes because you guys decided to just get this massive membership train going. Huge win for this community. Thank you, guys. I mean, really, I got to give you another one of these because it's just mind-blowing. So I have to update this member goal. Give me one moment while I do that, and we will continue. We still have more to go over with this Jim Ryan interview, but I really do appreciate you guys stopping this interview momentarily to get a massive membership train going. We have a very generous community, and you know what? If it wasn't for you guys and the support you show, I always say it, but I will continue to say it as long as it's true, I wouldn't be able to do this content in the way that I do it. So I really have to sincerely thank you guys. I'm very humbled to be able to even do something like this. So huge shout out to this community. All of you guys who support, you know who you are. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. And one last reminder, again, if you are new in the chat, we have quite a few memberships up top. Click the icons and make sure you opt in to allow yourself to receive a membership in the future. With that being said, this will just be a good moment for me to... MBG's coming to Fortnite and Genshin Impact. That's funny. I see you, Herpy Derps. I see you, Herpy Derps. I do just want to say one last thing before we continue with this Jim Ryan interview. Guys, hit that like button. Okay, we still have over 570 people here watching, which is great. Appreciate all that support. Hit that like button. Let's see if we can do it. Can we get to 300 likes? The reason why I ask is it helps with YouTube's algorithm and it lets me know you guys enjoy the streams. And then Lose Yourself does his member milestone chat and he says, I'm happy to be here. I always enjoy this content. Well, we're happy you're here, man. And I'm glad you enjoy the content. It's always so kind of you guys to show the support you do. And a lot of you guys I know really do enjoy the content. And trust me, look, I'm not going to go deep into it, but I will say this. The support you guys show that like this community, I'm not just talking about monetarily here, okay? I'm not just talking about super chats and gifts. I'm talking about the community in general. The support that you guys show really goes much further for me on a personal level than maybe you even realize. So, yeah. I love this community. And I love the fact that you guys are here hanging out with me. So with that being said, let me go back to this Jim Ryan interview. We actually still have a few more questions to go over. And just to finish off what I was saying about the Activision Blizzard acquisition. So Jim Ryan essentially says, we believe, Sony, that the Bungie acquisition is as good or better, right, than the Activision Blizzard, and that essentially it'll make more money for them. That does sound kind of ridiculous on the surface, but I do want people to consider this for just a moment. What he's essentially saying is that if they can create a bunch of really super successful live service games, monetarily speaking, it can end up outdoing the Activision Blizzard deal in terms of, and keep in mind I'm saying this, in terms of money made versus money spent. I think that's what he's trying to say. I think he's just simply trying to communicate that if we can leverage the Bungie acquisition to make extremely successful live service games that make a lot of money, then we will have paid very little in comparison to what Microsoft is paying for Activision Blizzard for potentially not the same results, but potentially similar. You're saying big if, MBG. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is a big if. Yes, it's no doubt about it. And Arnie Vesper. Guys, shout out to these guys. Let's give Arnie Vesper and No Face Lord some W's in the chat as well, because Arnie Vesper says he wants to actually become a channel member, and he decides to do that. Welcome to greatness awaits, Arnie. Look forward to your exclusive perks, man. And we have No Face Lord gifting a membership of his own as well. That brings us to 83. 83 members on the day. Love to see it, man. Thank you guys for this support.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let me see here. I want to make sure I didn't miss. Okay, so I did miss a chat from Nas, and he says, "Hey MBG, I'm a bit late to the stream. Not sure if you talked about it. Have you played RE4 Separate Ways? Best DLC I've ever played, hands down." So I did talk a little bit about what I've been playing, and what I've been playing is Mortal Kombat 1. I am kind of addicted to it at the moment, more so than I ever expected to be. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And the timing of it is unfortunate because I did want to try to play this DLC. I've been hearing some very good things about it. That is some extremely high praise right there. You're saying it's the best DLC you've ever played, hands down. I mean, yeah, I saw that people are talking really positively about that. They're talking really positively about the new Cyberpunk expansion that came out. It's basically a whole new game. It's too much at once, man. I'm struggling to balance all of this out. It's really too much. I have to now think how I'm going to pull myself away from Mortal Kombat to be able to experience some of the other games I want to play. I mean, I know it's September 24th, but what's freaking me out is that, dude, Spider-Man 2 is going to be here before we know it. It's going to be here before we know it, and I don't know. So to answer your question, Nas, before I go too deep into it, I have not played it yet, but it is something that I would like to get around to. I'm thinking what I might do is wait to play the Separate Ways DLC until RE4 Remake releases for PSVR 2. So what I can do is I can replay RE4 in PSVR 2, beat it again, and then immediately after that, dive into the Separate Ways DLC. I think that would be a great way to handle it. So I might have to wait a little bit, but I think that might be the best way for me to do it. With that being said, though, I do want to finish off this Jim Ryan interview because there's definitely other things he's saying that we want to pay attention to here. So let me see. It says the Game Pass model. This is another question being posed. The Game Pass model. Hold on. Guys, how is my... I need some feedback right now on the mic. Is the microphone okay? Is the audio okay? Because there's some background noise happening right now, and I'm trying to determine, is it low? I might have to speak really close. Too low? All right. What about if I speak this closely to the mic? Is it okay here? I just need to know because there's some background noise going on right now, and I just want to try to make sure that I mitigate that and make sure it doesn't bleed through too much. It's good now. I have to literally like put my lips on the microphone to be to talk like this. So I'll put it up in a little bit. Yeah, I'm practically kissing the mic here, guys. I'm practically kissing the mic. You're saying kids make noise, not a big deal. I know it's not a big deal. It's the thing that always messes with my head is it's so much louder to me. It's so much louder to me on my end than I know you guys can like either hardly hear it at all or not hear it. And it really messes with my head. It really messes with my head. So Arnie Vesper with a super chat, he says, I have a brand channel, so I've never been gifted. I super chat often, but wanted to show my appreciation as a member. Endless hours of good gaming talk. Well, I very much appreciate that, man. And yeah, I know that some people are not able to receive the membership gifts due to having a branded channel, which is, always unfortunate, but I definitely appreciate you going above and beyond here to, show that support with a super chat, man. So I'm glad you enjoy the content. Endless hours of good gaming talk. That means a lot, man. I'm glad you enjoy it. I see somebody mentioning the gnat. Did I eat the gnat? No, maybe I did. So yeah, it seems like the gnat problem is solved. As you guys have noticed, we don't really have any gnats here. As of right now, it hasn't been bothering me. So it could be because the weather's beginning to change. Maybe there are no more gnats, which I'm happy about. I'm happy for that to be over. Now that I've said that, I'm probably going to have 3 gnats show up in the next 15 minutes. Rest in peace, Nat. Yeah, we won't miss you. Or maybe we will. I don't know. And then Jake S215. Dude, thank you, man. Jake S215 comes out and gifts another membership. Guys, that brings us to 84 memberships. I really cannot thank this community enough for the support. Jake, shout out to you, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, let me read the next question. Let me turn the gain up a little bit. All right, guys, we should be good now. I'm going to read the next question. The Game Pass business model appears to have some challenges, and Microsoft appears to be losing a lot of money on it. Because the AAA publishers spend $100 million or more on developing titles, they are happy to sell it for $70 on PS5. The subscription model is more challenging for them given that environment. Will Microsoft need to provide minimum revenue guarantee if they want those titles on Game Pass? Or do they need to go out and buy more assets like Activision to put on their platform? Are those two options for Microsoft when trying to gain critical mass and support from the AAA publishers for Game Pass? So that's a big question. That's a loaded question. That was a question that was asked directly to Jim Ryan by an investor. And the answer Jim Ryan gives is, quote, I can say with a very high degree of certainty that Microsoft has tried the first path and it did not work at all. That has driven them to make the large acquisition. I've talked to all of the publishers and they unanimously do not like Game Pass because it is value destructive, not only on an individual title basis, but also on an industry level. The recent number of subscribers that Microsoft announced on January was 25 million. I'm sure everyone has their own views on this, but I personally was expecting a larger number given all the money they have spent. We have close to 50 million PlayStation Plus subscribers. We believe we have a meaningful subscription service. So now you want to talk about a loaded response from Jim Ryan. And granted, it had to be a loaded one because the question that Jim Ryan was asked was straight up it was very detailed. So I want to highlight this part. I can say with a very high degree of certainty that Microsoft has tried the first path and it did not work at all. That has driven them to make the large acquisition. So let's read the question again. The Game Pass business model appears to have some challenges and Microsoft appears to be losing a lot of money on it. Because the AAA publishers spend around $100 million or more developing titles, they are happy to sell it for $70 on PS5. The subscription model is more challenging for them. Given that environment, will Microsoft need to provide a minimum revenue guarantee if they want those titles on Game Pass, or do they need to go out and buy more assets like Activision to put on their platform? So essentially, what Jim Ryan's saying here, it's not console war stuff. It's really not. He's just being truthful in that Microsoft has tried all of the different routes. And the truth is these major acquisitions that Microsoft is making were always the last resort because they are the most risky. There's no denying that buying Activision Blizzard, regardless of how big your parent company is, it's a risky endeavor. There are never any guarantees with this type of stuff. So you think about how Microsoft tried with the traditional business model. It didn't work for them. then they created Game Pass and they tried to grow it by, putting their own games on there and trying to secure some third-party titles. And I think it has helped, but it just wasn't enough to move the needle. And so now, basically, all Jim Ryan is saying is that, the simple question, or the simple answer to this question is that Microsoft has had to go nuclear, essentially, in order to save their business, their gaming business, and get it to where it needs to go. They've had to go nuclear. And that's not necessarily a bad thing for Xbox players or people who are fans of the platform. But from a business perspective, it has not only its risks, but it's, like I said, I've always been one to talk about the potential long-term implications of something like Game Pass and then Microsoft buying publishers for Game Pass. And Jim says here, I've talked to all the publishers and they unanimously do not like Game Pass because it is value destructive, not only on an individual title basis, but also on an industry level. The recent number of subscribers that Microsoft announced, and he basically said that he expected more. I mean, it doesn't really get any more candid than that. We've talked about this previously about how Jim has stated that, all publishers unanimously do not like Game Pass or the subscription model. And I think that's kind of obvious, right? I mean, hold on. Sorry. I mean, to me, to a degree, it's always been kind of obvious that I don't want to say all publishers hate Game Pass, because I think that's kind of not true, because you see publishers out here putting their games onto it. But the important thing to understand about this is the only thing that makes a publisher like Game Pass, or PlayStation Plus for that matter, is money. And I think people tend to either forget that or ignore that or just be completely unaware of that. It is money. If Microsoft doesn't give them money up front, a good chunk of it, then why would they like it? Maybe for indies, yes, I can agree with indies. It's a different beast. Subscription services can have a huge impact on indie developers and indie games. Absolutely. But when it comes to AAA publishers, the only way they're going to like any gaming service is if they're being paid a good chunk of money to put their game in there. And I think that's just basically what Jim Ryan is speaking to here. He's simply just saying, like, when you talk about like it being, I mean, let's be honest here, he's not pulling punches. He says it's value destructive, not only on an individual title basis, but on an industry level. It's value destructive. I mean, I think there are a lot of people who would disagree with Jim Ryan. And it's interesting when you think about his response here, because a lot of people, a lot of consumers say the opposite. A lot of consumers say like Game Pass is actually a really great value. It is. It's the opposite of what Jim Ryan's saying. But I think people have to be careful to go in one extreme direction or the other with this, because it's not that simple. It's not. What Microsoft is doing is they are buying some of the biggest games in the industry and are putting them into their service. They own them now, so they are Microsoft games, yes. But the fact remains that they didn't make those games, and they didn't make them the success that they are. They bought them, they own them, and now they're going to do what they like with them, and what they're going to do is put them on Game Pass. So even though what Jim Ryan's saying here sounds very like snarky, like it's value destructive, not only to the individual game, but the industry, we have to understand that that is the fact of the matter, is that Call of Duty, even Bobby Kotick himself said this. He doesn't believe in that model. Call of Duty wouldn't be able to be what it is on that model. We wouldn't have been able to grow it the way that we did on that model. That's essentially what he's saying. And there's this common thread between seemingly all of the major business executives that they continue to insinuate or straight up say the same thing. And that is, these games could not be what they are if they were born and created for a service, for a subscription service. That's basically what they're saying. And I think when Jim Ryan says here that it's value destructive, I think that's what he's getting at. He's basically highlighting that fact that the biggest and best games are never made from top to bottom, from start to finish for a subscription service. They're made to be sold at a premium price. And that if we were to just flip that and make it so that games are being made with the same budgets, with the same time frame, 5 years, 6 years, and they're being made in the same exact way, but suddenly they're not being made to be sold at a premium price point, but instead they're being made for a service first, it could, in a sense, that could be seen, at least from the business perspective, as value destructive. And I think that that's where people need to understand that he is speaking from a business standpoint. Now, from a consumer standpoint, that doesn't seem value destructive at all to you. Why would it? Wait, so you're telling me I could get GTA 6 for $11 if I subscribe to Game Pass? Like, obviously that's not going to happen, but that's a very extreme idea of what consumer would be upset at being able to gain access to one of the biggest games for a very low price point. No consumer is going to be upset about that. But from a business perspective, you can see why they would be very concerned about, I don't think that can work. That might be very destructive to this entire game and everything that has gone into it. But the reason why Microsoft can so casually make that work, and I think that that's where this is creating some confusion. There's like a kind of a rift right now between the business side of things, the consumer side of things, and everything that goes on in between them. Microsoft is very much communicating this message that we can do that. We can put the biggest and best games into our service, no problem. We just have to buy them and own them first. And what the message that's basically communicating to the consumer is, don't worry about it. We got you. We'll spend the billions. You just subscribe for $11 a month. So you can clearly see why the consumer is never going to want to hear the other side of it, and they shouldn't have to if they don't want to, about how it could be value destructive. Well, Microsoft is in the process of kind of circumventing that, and we really, truthfully, we don't know where this leads. And I think that is, you can kind of understand why these business executives are not just going to jump on board with this new way of doing things that Microsoft is, very much pursuing in an aggressive manner. They're probably not just going to jump on board with it because they look at the landscape and they think, well, this is the way we've been doing things and it's working just fine. We're happy because we're making money and seeing profit and running our business and growing it. And the players are happy because they're out there buying it and spending money on it. And it's a win-win. So you can kind of understand how, like, Bobby Kotick with Call of Duty, as far as he's concerned, he's just seeing players every year pay full price for Call of Duty. So of course he's going to think Phil Spencer and Microsoft are absolutely insane for coming out and saying, yeah, we just want to give it to him for $11 a month every year. You can understand why somebody in Bobby Kotick's position would be like, are you kidding me? Like, do you know how many sales you're going to lose? Like full price sales that you could just easily get. So it's because it kind of doesn't make sense if you think about it, it is so strange to me that Microsoft is seemingly going to trade that in. And that is, I got to give it to Microsoft if they actually if Microsoft truly does commit to putting Call of Duty every year onto Game Pass, if they don't backtrack on that, I got to give Microsoft credit where that is kind of crazy. Like, that is kind of insane, because the amount of sheer sales, that full price sales that they're potentially trading in for that is, I think it'll make any business executive kind of second guess, like, wait a second, is this the best thing to do? Yeah, that's true. Early access. Yeah, that could be their way of, I forgot they did that with Starfield. They could be getting ready to do something very similar for Call of Duty. Very smart, actually. Very smart if that's what they do. All right, that's true as well. I do want to point that out. They will be getting PlayStation sales with Call of Duty. So there is that. Yeah. I don't know why I keep forgetting that Sony did sign that deal and they are going to be getting Call of Duty for 10 more years. I don't know how I keep forgetting that, but yeah. And Nintendo sales, considering they are bringing it to Switch. So I guess in a way it's like, maybe from their perspective, they just view it as we can get the best of both worlds here. But getting back to Jim Ryan's answer here, he's not pulling any punches. He's just, what's weird to me about this specific answer from Jim? He says at the end, we have close to 50 million PlayStation Plus subscribers. We believe we have a meaningful subscription service. Now, this was well before Sony announced the price increase for PlayStation Plus, and it's worth noting that Sony has not gotten to 50 million, and they've been fluctuating. They've been losing subs, gaining a little bit more, but then losing more, and I have no doubt that they're not going to get to 50 million now that they've increased the price of PlayStation Plus. Like, I wouldn't surprise if they lose a couple million subscribers, potentially. And I just think that, if anything, it once again highlights that Sony's focus is not on the sub service. I remember when Sony announced that they were increasing the price of PlayStation Plus, one of the things I said is that, well, in case you were wondering if Sony really does believe in the subscription service model, this confirms they do not. And people were confused by that because they're like, what do you mean? Clearly they do believe in it because they want to make more money off of it. And I'm like, actually, if Sony believed in the subscription-based model, they wouldn't be jacking up the price with no major improvements. If anything, this is them saying that we just need to keep making sure we can make a little bit of either break even on this or make some profit off of it. We're never going to let it dip below, because that's like our goal. Let me simplify what I'm trying to say. Sony made it clear we will trade subscribers for higher profit margins. And I understand from a consumer standpoint, that sounds like it sucks, because it does. You don't want to hear that from Sony, but that was the message that was communicated. And let me ask you something. If you're trying to grow a subscription service, when do you ever trade subscribers for anything? You don't. If you believe in the subscription service model, the subscribers are everything. You never trade them in for anything, ever. They're the most valuable asset to your business model. And so I think that when Sony put the price up of PlayStation Plus, it was them very clearly communicating, like, yeah, we know we're going to lose some subscribers, maybe even a couple million potentially, but we're okay with that because, we're going to make higher profit margins off of this. And that's what we're focused on when it comes to our subscription model, is making sure we're not losing money on it. And that does suck from a consumer standpoint, but it also very clearly illustrates what Sony's focus is on and what it is not on in terms of future growth. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say Sony's not going to be hitting 50 million subscribers on PlayStation Plus anytime soon. They could, but all right, I have some super chats I have to read here. We're almost done with this Q&A, by the way. So we're almost finished this topic, but I want to read these super chats. I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long. Jake, you're saying I work on Thursday, so I'm doing Thursday today. Oh, I appreciate that, man. That's cool to see that you were actually serious about that. For those who don't know, Jake said he's going to gift out, I think, a couple memberships every Thursday, but because he works on Thursday, he's doing it today on Sunday. So I do appreciate that, man. Thank you. Planet Schlorpian with a $5 super chat says, anymore I think about Phil Spencer is simply just fill the bundle of sticks. Fill the bundle of sticks. That's funny, man. Yeah. I mean, Phil Spencer's been he's been a big part of the conversation this past week. And I think I've fixated a little too much on Phil Spencer and his emails. And, you know, there was this one email from Phil Spencer that I completely missed. And I think out of every single leaked email from Microsoft, this one email in particular was probably the most telling. Now, I will let you know, I do not have this email in front of me right now, but essentially, and I'm really paraphrasing, this was a pretty long email, and I'm very much paraphrasing, and I'll see if I can, maybe by the end of the stream, if we have the time, I'll see if I can get the email and read it in its entirety. But essentially what he was saying is that he thinks the video game industry has become too reliant on like milking bigger franchises. They've become too reliant on increasing the price of video game development as a way to ensure that their video game will be a success and always be the top seller. And essentially, it was Phil explaining why he believes the current business model is bad and why the future business model in this industry should be focused on subscription. And in this email, again, it was written in 2020, he was actually focused on like Disney. And it's kind of ironic because you see the trouble that Disney's running into specifically with their streaming service. But at this time in 2020, Phil was highlighting in this email how Disney was doing it very well. He believed they were doing it right. And of course, he mentioned Netflix and he specifically, and this was fascinating to me, Phil mentioned how Netflix, thanks to their subscription model, was able to produce more new IP than any other publisher in movies or film. Netflix was able to do more. And he didn't name drop Sony in this email, but it was very clear that Sony was part of this. And I just kind of thought that this was, maybe it was true to an extent. I think there was some truth to what he was saying. Like, yeah, there's no doubt that some AAA video game publishers are milking their games too much. Yeah, that's true as well, Lord Cannon. That's actually a great point to bring up. This email was during the pandemic, and at that time, numbers were inflating all around. So it's safe to say that the conclusions that people like Phil Spencer and Jim Ryan were maybe coming to, and anybody in gaming for that matter, in 2020, it's not, I don't want to say that they were completely inaccurate, but they were definitely basing those conclusions off of inflated numbers. So that probably didn't help anybody, of course. But the only real problem I had with this email, and it's not a serious problem, but it's just, I think it's a little bit disingenuous, is like, Phil basically made it sound like all AAA video game publishers are just producing this same stuff and not producing anything new. And I feel like that's kind of what Microsoft was accused of for a little while, where it's like Halo, Gears, Forza, rinse and repeat. That's all you guys produce. And I was thinking about Sony in this instance, and I'm like, well, again, he doesn't name drop Sony, so it's not fair to say that he's calling out Sony here. He definitely wasn't. But I think Sony, in a way, is kind of a good example of, yeah, they definitely milk some stuff. I'm not going to deny that. You know, there's no doubt that all traditional AAA game publishers that have big, successful AAA IP, yeah, I mean, the name of the game is milkification, right? Like, milk it as much as you can. But I at least thought to myself, I don't know, man, this is where you can see how when Phil identified what Sony was doing, it's like, okay, maybe Sony is kind of the outlier where Sony is producing big AAA IP and they're finding success with it. And they're able to kind of continue to grow and quote unquote milk their successful franchises. You can just kind of see, and I thought that is what made that email so particularly interesting, how he didn't look at what Sony was doing and determine that that's what they can do too or should do. He actually was paying attention to the other AAA publishers that were not doing that and deciding that, well, there seems to be enough evidence here that this isn't going to work and we have to do something else. So it's a very interesting email, probably the most revealing in terms of, what was going on from the upper management at Microsoft and why they ended up making some of the decisions they did. That's a good call out. You're saying, look at how many were disappointed at not having a Days Gone 2. Yes. I think there's something to be said where I know that we blame the publishers sometimes, maybe a lot of times, the IP holders for milking the IP too much. But at the same time, you also do have to look at it from the consumer level as well. As, yeah, that is true, man. People are always begging for sequels. I think sometimes people want things to be milked a little bit. Let's take Bloodborne, for example, right? I'm not saying people just want a Bloodborne 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and, Bloodborne everywhere, but there's no denying that people do want, there has to be a healthy balance. There is such a thing as milking it too much, and too much of a good thing becomes a bad thing, absolutely. But at the same time, I think there's nothing wrong with people who are fans of something wanting another one, a sequel or just more of the thing that they like. We have Tizual with a $10 super chat. He says, what's a great headset for streaming? Thinking about getting the Sony InZone H9, but seems to have a bad build quality. No EQ settings on PS5, no color options other than white, and can't mute the mic by the DualSense. Well, I can't speak to that mic or that headset in particular, the Sony InZone. I've only used the Pulse 3D, and I do like the Pulse 3D. But any headset I wear, heats up my ears a little too much, and I start to get kind of uncomfortable. But when it comes to a good streaming mic, I wish I could tell you, man, even I'm still struggling in that area. I actually used a weird combination. I had this old, believe it or not, a Polk headset. I don't even think they make gaming headsets anymore. I bought this headset in like 2012 or something, or 2013. This Polk headset. And then I bought separately a microphone because this headset had a 3.5 millimeter jack. So I bought a microphone that had a 3.5 millimeter connector. And also at the end, it had a 3.5 millimeter input. And that is, if you watch any of my video game streams, any of my game streams I've done on the channel, that's like the headset and mic I would use. And it's definitely not anywhere near the same quality as what you're hearing right now. I've gotten quite a few complaints saying like, oh, you gotta get a capture card, man, so you can use your stuff. And I definitely should. And hopefully I will soon. But I've heard Sennheiser's very good. You're saying PSVR 2 mic is shockingly good? Really? That's so funny. You know what? That kind of makes sense, in my opinion, that it would be very good. I've heard really good things about Sennheiser, but I know they're kind of expensive. I've heard good things about, what is that brand? It's a very popular brand. They sell a lot of headsets on PlayStation. SteelSeries, thank you. There you go. RPG88. I've heard really good things about SteelSeries. Logitech, yeah, I've heard Logitech is good. Razer, I think these are all pretty reliable brands. If you want something specifically from Sony, though, I don't know what the mic quality of the 3D Pulse headset is like. I feel like it's decent. But if you're looking for like something that's S tier quality, you might have to do some extra research, man, because even I'm not sure. And really quick here, I want to highlight Laurent Day Backer. Again, hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. He decides to keep the membership train going strong today, and he gifts a membership, and he brings us to 85 members. So, Laurent, thank you so much, man, for keeping that membership train going. Yeah, Tijual, I mean, it's hard to say. Dominic Wong says MBG, Sennheiser, Biodynamic, and Austrian Audio. These are the audio professionals use. Also, Shure's and Audio-Technica mics are pretty good. Yeah, I know Audio-Technica, they have almost like a broadcast mic. It's like a headset. It's like a broadcast headset where the build of the headset is not that great. Like I heard it's actually pretty uncomfortable, but the microphone is, in some cases, I think almost as good as what you're hearing right now. The microphone I'm using, everybody uses Shure, and I haven't upgraded to Shure because I felt like I haven't needed to. I mean, when I listen to my microphone quality with the software I use, and then I would compare it to other people's sound quality who were using Shure, I'm like, maybe there is a very slight difference, but I can't identify it. So I've kind of just settled on the mic that I'm using, and I'm okay with it. And, you know, I'm just totally fine with it. And if it basically, whenever it craps out, I'll upgrade. You know, I don't want to just get rid of it. You're saying you do MBG, your decay is hideous. Is it? What does that even mean? I don't know much about Titus Crow. I'm actually very curious to get a little bit of insight. What do you mean about my decay being hideous? If you could explain that to me a little bit. That almost sounds like an insult. Your decay is hideous. It's the speed your voice drops off when you move away. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's not necessarily... That's probably more to do with the gain than anything. If I had to guess. But yeah, man, I would look probably into Sennheiser or maybe Ars Technica. That's some audiophile stuff. Yeah, I'm not much of an audiophile. I don't like that name either. We need to change that name, audiophile. Look into condenser mics. I did see that I think it was Logitech. They just released a new what they call a high quality microphone. The truth is though, like whenever my microphone eventually dies or something happens to it, that's when I'll probably upgrade to like Shure and go all in with that. The only reason I haven't is, like I said, is I feel fine with my stuff. But when I look into the audio upgrade for like Shure, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that goes along with it. It's not just as simple as you don't just like buy the mic and connect it. You need to, there's other stuff you got to buy with it and to get the best possible sound out of it. So eventually, we'll get there eventually. Mike, that's kind of funny. I have 2 super chats back to back from 2 different mics. So Mike number 1 says, the good developers won't ever like Game Pass. If you trust your product, you will roll the dice in the gaming market and make more money there. Rockstar, Naughty Dog, and Insomniac would lose money on a subservice. Fundamentally, I do agree with that. I do. I mean, when you are developing a AAA game and you're putting all this money into it, you're putting years of development time into it, it's usually done, like 99.9% of the time, it is done with the intention of we're going to sell this game at a premium price. And the reason why we're going to do that is because that is the most surefire way to not only break even, but get a return and make a profit on this product that we've invested a ton of time and money into. And that is how it still works. That's how it always worked. And that's why I think Microsoft, no matter what was always going to have to go nuclear with their business model, that being the Game Pass model, and do what they're doing now by buying publishers, because I think Microsoft was almost kind of hoping that publishers would be more open to this, but maybe they always knew that they weren't going to be open to it. But you're absolutely correct, Mike, in that if a development team and a publisher know what they have, and they know this is a high quality product that people are probably going to want to buy and play. Like it's something that's very attractive to them, that they're going to buy it. They're going to sell it. Like they're never going to not sell it. And the only thing that could interfere with that is, like I said, is if a platform holder or a subscription model holder comes in and says, let's pay you $300 million up front. We will pay you $300 million right now so you can, the cost of your game taken care of. First, and that's the thing, man. We're not talking about console exclusivity here. We're talking about a subscription service. So if that's why Microsoft, again, I keep saying they went nuclear. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. Like they really went off the deep end, I guess you could say, and saying we got to buy to own publishers. And that is now they've removed the worry from all, like Bethesda never has to worry whether or not their games are going to sell enough. Instead, they have to worry if Microsoft is going to shut them down, which I don't think that's ever going to happen. The only way that it would have to be pretty cataclysmic. It would have to be apocalyptic in the case of Game Pass for something like that to happen. But they don't have to worry about sales anymore. So there's upsides and there's downsides, but there's no denying that if a publisher believes in their game and they think it can sell, they're going to sell it. Even Starfield sold. That's the funniest thing to me about it. That's the funniest thing is, this traditional business model, even Microsoft can't shed themselves of it, which probably isn't a bad thing because it's helping them. But it's funny to think that even Starfield sold really, really well on Steam and probably in general, even though it was launching onto Game Pass. And I think that's just the nature of the beast, man. And that is truly the market speaking in a way that I think is very profound. And the market is simply just saying, if you make a high quality product, we will buy it. We will pay for it. And I just think that will always be there, man. No matter what. No matter what. Now we have Mike number 2. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying the recent Xbox leaks have shown they make more profit while spending less on games than Sony. The old model is just not sustainable given the current state of AAA game development. I mean, I would have to delve deeper into these leaks. It's difficult for me to determine if that's true. That sounds unbelievable to me. It does. But for the sake of simplicity here and to not break up the flow too much, I will just assume this is correct. That's a big assumption I'm making, Mike. I mean, I have a difficult time believing it, but I don't want to, again, get too off track. I will say, you say here the old model is just not sustainable given the current state of AAA game development. Well, I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's as simple as it's just not sustainable. Because, I feel like people say that about Game Pass a lot. Like, Game Pass is not sustainable. And then in this case, you're saying the opposite. You're saying the traditional AAA model isn't sustainable. I think they can both be both. I think both models have the ability to be sustainable under certain circumstances, but they both can very easily become unsustainable under certain circumstances. And in the case of Game Pass, the one thing that we cannot lose sight of In the same way, we can't lose sight of just how expensive Sony's AAA games are becoming to make. We cannot lose sight of just the sheer amount of money Microsoft has had to spend to, get this meaningful content into Game Pass, and how, like I said, man, I just don't know that. I would have to look into this. I'm going to take what you're saying with a pinch of salt, frankly. I don't mean that in an offensive way, but just until I can confirm that myself, I'm going to take what you're saying about the Xbox leaks have shown they make more profit while spending less on games than Sony. I'm taking that with a big pinch of salt. But what I will say is, regardless of who's spending more on what, it's a matter of bigger picture thinking. So when we talk about, Microsoft is spending $68 billion on Activision Blizzard. $68 billion. That is literally an unfathomable amount of money. The context is what matters. Who's doing that? Microsoft is doing that. Why are they doing it? Because they probably have like a 15-year plan in place, 10-year minimum plan in place. And this is just part of that bigger plan. So it's like, for Microsoft, that can be sustainable under the right circumstances, because the idea is, okay, we spend this $68 billion, and that's a catalyst that acts for multiple things to happen and occur afterwards that will lead to that sustainability that we're looking for. No, I know you're saying they didn't lose that money, MBG. You don't understand. I'm not saying they lost the money. I'm just saying they spent it. Regardless, 68 billion spent is 68 billion spent. And the reason why I'm saying in for Microsoft, that's just a catalyst. That's all it is. It's an investment and a catalyst that will lead to something bigger and better for them. Okay? For 90% of other video game companies, that would kill them. That would not be an investment. That would not be a catalyst for anything other than the sheer destruction of their company. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's why I'm saying both can succeed under certain circumstances. And here's the thing. In the same way that Sony, you're saying their current, the way that they're handling their AAA games isn't sustainable. It is for them, because they're in a particular circumstance. They have worked towards that circumstance. They've built their way to that particular circumstance. You're right in that a lot of other video game companies could not survive what Sony is doing, because they would need to have the same type of success in terms of critical reception, commercial success. There's no denying that the AAA games market is more volatile than ever before. There's no denying that. I just saw that studio, that Glenn Schofield, they made, I think, Striking Distance Studio. They made the Callisto Protocol. The Callisto Protocol failed. New IP, but didn't land. And now he's gone, and you have to assume the studio is either no longer going to exist or being, scaled down dramatically. We saw that new game that just came out, Immortals of Avium. Apparently that game was a colossal flop. Like a flop that you rarely see, where no one bought it. Like almost no one bought it. And almost everybody gets laid off within weeks of the game launching. Yeah, you're saying it didn't even make 5 figures. And it's not, and that's the thing. I saw some people saying like it was a pretty good game. Others were saying maybe not so much, but the AAA market is very much an all or nothing market. And with that, yes, there is an immense amount of risk in that. And not everybody can make the cut. Microsoft is kind of proof that not everybody's going to make the cut in the AAA market, because it is all or nothing. So when we talk about Sony sustaining their business, I think it is about time we, everyone, create a bit of a separation here. And the separation, I think, is going to be important to help better understand what's happening in the industry and what's going to continue to become more clear in this industry. And that is, there are diverging paths that major video game publishers, platform holders, and developers are going down. And the reality is all of these paths could end in destruction. No one actually knows. Everyone is hedging their bets on certain models, certain ways of doing it. The reason why I'm not really against what Sony is doing is because it makes the most sense to me for them. I'm not saying that what Sony's doing would necessarily work for Microsoft at this point. I think that's been made more than clear that it wouldn't work for Microsoft. And I'm not saying that what Microsoft is doing would work for Sony. I imagine that Sony is just doing what anybody would really do if they were put in that position, right? Where it's like, well, let's see here. We have some of the most talented and consistent studios in the industry, and we have a few of them, right? Like not just one or two. Like we have like a whole family of studios that are very consistent and produce high quality games. We have a platform that people are still supporting by the tens of millions, and by the end of a generation, we usually end up with over 100 million people buying our console and millions of people buying our games. So you can see from Sony's perspective why it's like, let's not change that, because it's working. It has worked the previous generations, and it's continuing to work this generation. And you can immediately understand why, if somebody were to go to Jim Ryan as the CEO of PlayStation and say, but Jim, what if it doesn't work? What if you're on a train where the tracks are just they're going to run out. It's just going to go right off a cliff. And it's like, where's the proof of that? Because if somebody were to say, well, the proof is, look at these AAA games that are failing, it's always been that way. The market may be slightly more volatile than it has in the past, but the general function of the market has not changed. Fundamentally, it has not changed. Some dynamics within the market have, but fundamentally, it's exactly the same. You put out a good high. Let me ask you, for all the games that did fail, what about the ones that didn't? What about the ones that succeeded? What's the common thread between those games? Most of the time, the common thread is they weren't just good, they were great, and they got rewarded for it. And I think that's the dynamic that has changed in the AAA game space, is that it's no longer just good enough. It's no longer enough for a AAA game to just be good enough. And you could almost argue that we are witnessing I don't want to say the AA game. I feel like the AA game has already it doesn't really exist anymore. And if anything, maybe that is where subscription services come in. Subscription services can be where AA games can live and can thrive under certain circumstances. It's almost like even the lower end AAA game has to be bare minimum very good to find any success. There is no more room. There's no longer a possibility for a AAA game to just be good enough and okay, because it will flop. It will not make enough money. And I think, do you know what I think we're witnessing? I think we're witnessing the natural progression of talent. That's what I think we're witnessing. I think we are seeing the result of the bar in the AAA development game space constantly being raised. And that's why I think Baldur's Gate 3 brought up such a controversial conversation, even between development teams, where, oh, don't make Baldur's Gate 3 the new standard. And you can sense there's a fear there that if something like Baldur's Gate 3 becomes the new AAA RPG standard, almost no other studios are going to be able to live up to that. So the fear is, well, our game's going to fail and we're not going to be able to make AAA games anymore. When in reality, what they should be doing is understanding that this is the way it's always been and always will be. You can sit there and request, please don't raise the bar. Please don't do your absolute best. Don't achieve greatness, because if you do, you're making it harder for the rest of us. That's called competition, and competition should and does exist in all markets. And if it wasn't for that competition, you would get complacency and mediocrity as the standard. So I just think this is a very interesting conversation, because I'm not saying that in the subscription space there will be no competition. I'm saying that right now the competition lies within the AAA game space. That's where the competition is the most fierce, because it has to be. It demands it. You cannot come out and say, I'm going to half-ass this AAA game. You may as well not even start, because it's going to fail. If you're going to make a AAA game, it's got to hit. You got to actually try to go the next level. And maybe you don't, and that's okay. But it's got to be better than just okay, at minimum. And I, for one, am not opposed to that. Because to me, do you know what that sounds like? That sounds like quality assurance. That's what that sounds like. Now, when it comes to the subscription model, whether or not it's going to be sustainable in the long run, I do think it's going to come down to what it always comes down to, competition. I do think that Microsoft will have to compete with themselves, in that you as Microsoft, you want to gain subscribers as rapidly as possible. There's only one way to do that. Doesn't matter what Sony's doing, doesn't matter what Nintendo's doing. You want to gain all those subscribers, you got to create quality content and deliver it at a consistent pace on your subscription service. So Microsoft they have no choice but to compete with themselves right now and do the absolute best they can. But I guess the question is, if they manage to do that after buying these big name publishers over the next 5, 8, 10 years, assuming they succeed and they grow, they get 10, 20, 30, 40 million more subscribers over the course of this time, and it's clear that there's no subscription service even remotely close to them, you do have to wonder if that will be sustainable for them, right? Will it be sustainable for them to continue to push that much content out in that time frame? And the only thing that we don't truly know yet, and this is where I'm going to end this and move on to the rest of the super chats. I'm getting very long-winded with this one. The only thing we truly don't know yet is what the market actually demands at minimum when it comes to subscription services in video games. That, if you want to whittle everything else down and you want to talk about what's the real question we should be asking here? What's the real question that Microsoft has? The question is not whether Microsoft wants to gain subscribers or will gain them. The question is not, are they going to have content? We know they've answered all these questions. So the only question that's left is when they achieve this, because they're clearly aggressively on the path to making sure they achieve this one way or another. What is the market actually going to demand? Are they going to demand that? And that's what Microsoft and any other platform holder that wants to do a subscription service will have to bare minimum maintain? Or will we find out that the market actually demands a lot less than that? Because it's true that Netflix did create maybe the most new intellectual property. But let me ask you this. When you think of Netflix, what IP comes to mind? Stranger Things, House of Cards, Mindhunter, Black Mirror. See Stranger Things again. See a lot of people saying Stranger Things. Squid Game. So, is it safe to say that when you think of Netflix original IP, you think of the bigger, more successful IP? Correct? And you know what's crazy? Is if you look at all the original stuff that Netflix made, and I do give them credit for this because it's great, like that is a good thing. Unfortunately, it turns out that it doesn't really matter how much new IP you make. The only thing that's really going to matter in the end is the IP that is the most successful and that people know you for. And it's just so funny and interesting to think that even in this subscription-based model with Netflix, it almost produces not the exact same result, but a very similar result at the end of the day. In that the market is going to demand more of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like they're going to demand, like we want more Stranger Things. We want more Squid Game. We want more Mindhunter. And unfortunately, you've heard about Netflix canceling stuff over and over and over again. And it almost just seems like it's inescapable. If you are a big entity that publishes, it seems almost inescapable. You have to produce big, successful stuff. And the market is going to demand, we want more of that big, successful stuff. Now, I know I diverged a little bit there because it's like, well, you were just talking about the AAA game space and the service game space, and now you're talking about Netflix. It's because I think that the through line between all of it is the big hitters, man. The stuff that objectively, unequivocally is a huge success. And I feel like it's the market always wants that. And they want more of it. That's not to say there isn't room for the other stuff. There absolutely is and should be. We need that stuff. But it's that no matter which model you go down, you have to calculate the risks, of course, the pros and the cons. But I think at the end of the day, the message has been made, the message has been sent, and you have to hope it's been received clearly. You gotta make something big, exciting, and great. And if you don't, no one's gonna care. At least not at first. You're not going to be able to win the masses if you don't do that. So, yeah, very interesting conversation, and I think a very relevant one considering this interview, which we're still not done, or this Q&A with Jim. I almost said Jim and Ryan. Jim Ryan. And yeah, Mike, I appreciate your super chat, man. It clearly got me going into a very interesting direction. So, yeah, I think a healthy market, in conclusion, I think a healthy market is one that can check all the boxes. Truthfully, I think a healthy platform holder is one that can check all the boxes. Are you making the big AAA stuff and it's good? Yes. Are you making maybe a few AA things here and there? Yes. Good. And are you supporting the indies? Yes. Good. I think if Sony and Microsoft can do that in their respective business models from top to bottom, then I think we're good. And before anybody says Sony doesn't support indies or anything like that, that's not true. Sony does. Just keep in mind that Sony's just not out here marketing indies. But Plenty of indies are successful on PlayStation. I think that's worth pointing out. Prince Smith, you're saying here, here's a movie recommendation, RRR on Netflix. That's an interesting name. Does it stand for anything? I'll try to remember that. RRR. Appreciate the recommendation, Prince, and thank you for the super chat. Josh, you're saying it's a Bollywood movie? Oh, interesting. That would be very different. Yeah. I know what? Actually, I think I came across that now that you mention it. I remember I saw this preview where there was like this kind of like buff Indian man and a tiger and a rope. It's like vaguely coming to my mind here. Is that the movie? Am I thinking of the right one? I feel like I saw the preview for that. And Laurent Dave Becker, he says, here you go. He drops a 5 bomb on us. He drops 5 more membership gifts for the channel and for the community. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat. For Laurent, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, man. Really appreciate that support, bud. He brings us up to 91 members on the day. Guys, we are just now 9 memberships away from actually hitting 100 members in a single stream. You guys are incredible. Seriously, thank you so much, man. Saying it's okay. It's French. MBG. All right. Yeah, sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation. All right, let me keep this going because I'm getting a little bit behind on super chats. Not a lot, just a little bit. Josh Z, you're saying, have you seen any of the TGS footage of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? I know that it is early, but I think it is seriously a lock for Game of the Year 2024. I pre-ordered already. I am both ready and not ready. If you know, you know. You know? MBG, it's pronounced Laurent. Laurent. What am I saying? Laurent? Laurent. Oh, I guess that does, yeah, that sounds more French. Laurent. Laurent. I don't think that's a French accent. I don't know, man. I took French in middle school one time, and the only thing I remember how to say is, I think I know how to say my name is John, and it's Je m'appelle Jean. I think that's it. I don't know. That's about all I know. That's the extent of my French. And yeah. Pronunciation debuff -10. Oh, man. All right. Josh, getting back to your super chat. Yes, I did see some of this footage. I specifically watched Maximilian Dude's preview. I think he put out a couple preview videos, but I watched his first one. And I mean, the passion that coming off of him, emanating from him about this remake was definitely felt. And I was watching the gameplay and I was listening. Yeah, Je m'appelle MBG. I was watching his video and his gameplay and listening to everything he had to say. And, you know, I was very impressed, I gotta say. Like, I was just trying to soak it in where I'm like, this looks so much bigger in more than one way than the first game. And the first game was already big, and it was mostly linear. And the thing that really stood out to me about this TGS footage of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was what they're doing with the world map and how it's basically open world now. And it really reminded me of Ghost of Tsushima a little bit when they open the map where you have like the fog and you unlock the map by exploring. And I was just kind of blown away by how impressive it looked and how big it looked. And it just gives you this sense of massive scale and scope. Yeah, it does look intimidating, man. It does. And especially seeing the excitement from the Final Fantasy community, you know, those who played the original, this game is going to be huge. Like, it's going to be absolutely massive. And even though it's going to be exclusive to the PlayStation 5 for just 3 months, assuming that it's going to go to PC next and maybe Xbox, but that remains to be seen. Even if it's just on PS5 for 3 months, like that's a big get for Sony, man. Like I knew Final Fantasy VII Remake was always a big get, but what you're saying here, Josh, how you're saying like this game already looks like it could be in the running for Game of the Year 2024. Yeah. I think this is why Sony is not in a rush to put on a big show with a bunch of new game announcements yet, because they got Spider-Man just next month, and in early 2024 they have, at least for 3 months, ironically enough, to carry them right into that E3-esque season of 2024, they have this game, and it looks amazing, dude. It does. I'm actually genuinely very excited for it. I'm not going to go into it again. If like you're saying, if you know, you know. I played Remake last year for the first time, and it blew me away. It did. It really blew me away. And you could just tell they're ramping things up significantly with Rebirth. So, yeah, we're starting off the year very strong, man. We are. It'll be interesting to see if 2024 can be an even better year for gaming than 2023, because 2023 it's up there, man. It's up there. So, Josh, thank you for that, man. I'm definitely sharing in your excitement. Excuse me. We have Planet Schlorpian. He says, I hope we someday get a definitive Middle-earth / Lord of the Rings game that fully fleshes out ME and gives us, Middle-earth, and gives us a fully explorable world a la Hogwarts Legacy. I did play, I think it was Shadow of Mordor. What was the sequel? What was the name of the sequel? I know there's Shadow of Mordor. I think that's Shadow of War. There we go. Shadow of War totally lost me. Like, I played Shadow of Mordor and I was like, this is actually pretty damn good. And I think that was the closest thing we got to like that definitive Lord of the Rings game. And then Shadow of War was absolutely obsessed with microtransactions and put loot boxes in a single player game and needlessly overcomplicated systems in the name of we need to make as much money off of our player base as possible. And it really frustrated me. But I agree, man. Even for as good as Shadow of Mordor was, I feel like they could have went further with it. If they didn't screw up Shadow of War, like it could have went on to become like the definitive Lord of the Rings game series. But that first game, I think, is the closest we'll get. And I agree, it would be wise of WB to try to find a talented studio and, like you're saying, basically do what they did with the Lord of the Rings property. Give them the Hogwarts Legacy treatment. I think that would go down really well. I think people would love that. I think a lot of people would totally be on board with that, but it would come down to who's making the game, right? I think a lot of people doubted, but were skeptical about Hogwarts Legacy because of the development team. And they really proved it's like I said, man, like Hogwarts Legacy, of course it succeeded the way it did because of the name, right? Like it's Hogwarts Legacy, it's Harry Potter, but there's no doubt that the quality was there. The quality was through the roof for Hogwarts Legacy. And I don't care what anybody says, that game went from a guaranteed success to a juggernaut hit. I mean, something that is, I think it's still the best-selling game of the year. And it did that because the quality was there. I think when you think about the Lord of the Rings, it has the selling power. And it's crazy to think that the last Lord of the Rings game we got was that cursed, what was the game called? I know you guys know what game I'm talking about. It just came out this year, I think. Gollum. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. What a cursed game, dude. That game was not good, to say the least. And it was embarrassing, frankly. And to think you go from a game like Shadow of War to somehow this, yeah, they need to do something with the Lord of the Rings IP in the gaming space. Something significant. I agree. New Soul 9, I have a couple of super chats from you. I'm going to read them. So actually, I'm going to read all of your super chats back to back just so I can keep everything organized here and not get too off track or be too sporadic. So you say, and New Soul 9, dude, thank you for all of the support today, man. It really means a lot. You're saying here, we should also acknowledge you can make a good game to then later end up with no one buying it. I've seen it too many times. To do other games coming out or people being on a tight budget for that specific year. Jim is so dishonest and not acknowledging that side of the business as well when it comes to their old business model. This notion of rolling the dice, hoping your game is successful, is the reason I'm behind subscription services. And I agreed with Phil. People's lives/jobs shouldn't be at risk for a product. You continue by saying, the more you make this business volatile, the more you're going to see less people enter the market that can potentially innovate games just because of the simple fact it's all or nothing if you keep the Sony model. And then lastly, here you say, to prove to you, you do not need for this market to be volatile to get great games. Look at the past generation before games became this expensive. That was the generation where we got the most creativity. So actually, I really appreciate what you're what you're saying here, New Soul 9, because you're correct in that everything I just said, I maybe except for the very end, I did not really acknowledge this side of it, because you are 100% correct. And it's just like anything else, right? Like no matter which direction something goes in, there's going to be pros and there's going to be cons. There's going to be positives and there's going to be negatives. And in this case, talking about the AAA games market in 2023, the pro is that high quality is obviously a must. And also developers looking to kind of push one another, knowing that every AAA developer is going to try to reach the next level. There's no denying that these are pros, but you're right. The cons here are that good games that are good but not great, do run the risk of being just totally swept under the rug and obliterated. And that's where I do want to say this, okay? Because you're right. I do think it is obvious that Jim Ryan is very much focused on the AAA side of things. Jim has shown very little interest in anything that's not a big AAA game, and people condemn him for that. And it's difficult for me to say what I would do in his position, because it's not like he doesn't have his reasons for making these decisions. If he thought that they would harm PlayStation's business model, he wouldn't make those decisions, obviously. But I do think that, well, yeah, it is worth noting I didn't get to finish the entire interview, but yeah, he was asked specifically about AAA games. That is a good point. He was specifically asked about that, but there is no denying that I think Jim entrusted Shuhei Yoshida with indies because of Shuhei Yoshida's track record. And Shuhei Yoshida has proven that he knows good games, right? Like Shu is a gamer and he's very experienced. And I think the idea was like, maybe the indie market is very intimidating to all platform holders because there's just so much. It's unbelievably overwhelming. And there's no denying that you have to kind of wade through a lot to find things that are even decent, let alone good. But the space we're talking about here is more of like the AA space. And that's where, and I did acknowledge that. It did acknowledge, New Soul, that with this, the market is becoming more volatile. The basic fundamental nature of the market hasn't changed, other than maybe it has kind of changed the AA space. The AAA space hasn't changed. It's just they've upped the ante. But with that, maybe the big con here, the big negative is there's really not much room for the AA game anymore. You know, where does the AA game sit? And this is where I want to make a very important point here. I don't know if I could be overly optimistic. Okay, I will preface what I'm about to say with this. I could be way overly optimistic, but I almost wonder if when I talk about these diverging paths, on one side you have Sony all in with AAA, and it's clear that that's their focus. And on the other end, you have Microsoft, where I think with Game Pass, Microsoft has obviously tried to highlight indie games. Game Pass is great for indie games, AA games. For a while there, Microsoft, Matt Booty, he even said, that's our goal. We're trying to make AA games for Game Pass, right? And before I continue this thought, I have to give a big shout out to Laurent. I think I'm saying it correctly now. Laurent comes in and he drops 10 memberships, guys. He does it. We need some W's in the chat for Laurent because he helps us pass the 100 member mark. Absolutely incredible, dude.
Appreciate it.
That's incredible. So I got to give you guys one of these because we passed 100 members this stream. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I cannot thank you guys enough. We started again with 0. We made it to 25. We sat at 25 for a while. And then you guys were like, you know what? Let's do more. Let's do more. So we have a very generous community. I just want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause, everybody who gifted memberships, because you guys, again, sitting over 100, that's massive. That's absolutely massive. So thank you, Laurent. Big support today, man. I can't thank you enough for that. And you guys are awesome. Seriously. You got some trophies. There you go, man. There you go. Love to see it. W's for our French brother. Before I end up forgetting the point that I was trying to make, though, a part of me almost believes, and again, I think this is maybe overly optimistic, that maybe Microsoft's pursuit of a subscription model with Game Pass can be kind of a safe haven to an extent for AA games. And if Sony ever does decide they want to invest more in PlayStation Plus and try to get more day one games, maybe that could also be potentially a safe haven for AA games. I'm less confident in Sony doing that. But what does concern me, and New Soul 9, I want to point this out to you, man, because I think anybody who's a fan of what Microsoft and Phil Spencer's doing here, in the context of what you're bringing up, you're talking about like either the AAA game that is good but not getting enough recognition, or the AA game. I do want to point out that Microsoft seems to have shifted their goal here recently. Maybe not. It's in flux. And we have to pay close attention to this because the focus lately for Microsoft has actually been on AAA. And I want you guys to think about this for a moment. Think about the conversation that people have been having online lately when it comes to PlayStation and Xbox, right? The conversation has seemingly shifted where people are now saying that Microsoft is going to have the bigger games than Sony, right? Even bigger AAA games than Sony. And it's like the whole script has been flipped here. Jake S215, very quickly here, drops another membership gift. Jake, shout out to you, man. Thank you for all the membership gifts today. And then Devalac47 decides he wants to re-up his membership. So he does that. Welcome back to Greatness Awaits, Devalac.
Thank you.
I see the chat already has W's going for you, so thank you, guys. That brings us to 103 members. Absolutely insane. Isn't it interesting how the conversation around Microsoft has shifted so dramatically, where it went from, a focus on like AA and indie with occasional AAA to where now it seems like the conversation is about how Microsoft they have even bigger AAA games than Microsoft in Starfield, and then they're going to have Call of Duty. But I don't know I think that these are the games that might end up defining Microsoft and Game Pass because of just just how big they are. However, when I think about the games that come in between, right, like Hellblade and Avowed and games like this, these are seemingly AA games. Like they don't seem like massive AAA games. They seem like AA games. Or like I said, maybe those AAA games that are not on that level of they got $150, $200 million budget, but maybe they have like $80 million budget, maybe even $100 million in some cases. And it'll be very fascinating to see what these games do for Microsoft, knowing that Microsoft is putting games like Starfield in the Game Pass, and now they're going to have Call of Duty every year and other presumably bigger AAA games. I mean, eventually Elder Scrolls. I really wonder if these games are going to get the type of recognition that, let me put the recognition aside. I'm sure they'll get their recognition. I wonder if these games are going to do for Microsoft what they want them to do. But that's assuming I know Microsoft's expectations. I guess what I'm trying to say here is Game Pass could be a safe haven for these types of titles for as long as Game Pass is Microsoft's focus. And you could say, well, maybe this is unfortunate for Sony and PlayStation because since Sony isn't doing the same thing that Microsoft is with Game Pass, does that mean AA games can't exist? I don't think it's that AA games can't exist on PlayStation. I just think that they have to have good marketing. Frankly, they do. Because let's talk about Helldivers 2 for a moment. Helldivers 2 is a AA game. I mean, look, I've called it a AAA game, and the reason why I've called Helldivers 2 a AAA game is because the developers in their job listing called it a AAA game, but it's priced at $40. And that makes me feel like that's more of a AA game. And I think to most people, Helldivers 2 looks more like a AA game, not a full-blown, big-budget AAA title. And there is a part of me that is a little bit nervous. Is this game going to do okay? And you know why I think it's going to do okay? Because it's got Sony behind it. I think that's why. I think if Helldivers 2 was not associated with PlayStation at all, it would struggle. I do. I mean, maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would still be successful. But I think if Sony wasn't behind it, it would struggle. And so I think in the AA, I guess what I'm trying to say here, New Soul 9, is simply this. The benefit that Microsoft inherently has sticking with a Game Pass model when it comes to AA games specifically is they don't need much marketing. They don't. Anybody who's subscribed will be exposed to it, even if it's just through the menu, seeing that it's available. And they will potentially have a little bit of extra marketing thanks to Microsoft, but they don't need the marketing. They have this security blanket of you have this entire subscriber base. Any game that Sony gets behind that's a AA, let the true host speak, MBG. I would if he actually would speak. Any game that launches on Sony's platform that's considered AA has to have good marketing. It has to, because it's going to be sold at presumably $30, $40, $50. It's not as simple as, well, we're going to be exposed to everybody who's subscribed. You could potentially be exposed to everybody who bought a PS5, but then you have to hope that they see your game in the store. Because, guys, I don't know if you noticed, like, if you go into the PlayStation Store and you click see all PS5 games, it's a nightmare. I don't even go in there anymore. It's scary. It's actually scary. The amount of trash, just sheer trash. And I'm not even trying to be rude right now. I know I'm coming off rude, but I mean, there is some stuff on there that's just, how is this even a thing that's being sold on here for 50 cents right now? It's not good. And I do think that type of stuff does actually hurt the exposure of some of these games we're talking about. So I guess what I'm trying to say here, New Soul 9, is this is a very good thing to bring up when we talk about how volatile the AAA market can be, because there does have to be a place. I'm not a believer in AA games should go away and shouldn't exist. I'm not a believer in, if it's not the biggest and the best, then it has no place. I'm not a believer in that. I am a believer in it should have a place, because I don't want less games. I believe in everything from the smallest indie, as long as it's not just literal garbage being developed as a cash grab. You know what types of games I'm talking about. From the smallest indie, to the to the AA game, to the biggest AAA game, and everything in between. It seems like it's becoming more difficult for the AA game to find its place on the PlayStation ecosystem. And that is, I think, one of the biggest distinct advantages that a service like Game Pass has, that Sony has that ability with PlayStation Plus, and they've done it sometimes. But to me, it seems clear that Sony doesn't want to invest their money in that, in the AA game for PlayStation Plus. At least not lately. And that, I think, frankly, I'll be honest, I think that's an advantage that Sony is willingly handing to Microsoft. Now, maybe Microsoft is able to do it because of, again, the sheer amount of capital that they're sitting on, where maybe these games aren't doing much for them. Maybe these AA games are not the games that are bringing people to Game Pass, and maybe that could be proven by looking at the acquisitions that Microsoft made. Microsoft started with AA games and an occasional AAA game that just failed to do what it was supposed to do, it seemingly. And they went from that, like, being reliant on AA games, and it went from Matt Booty saying we're producing AA games for this service to, okay, we bought Bethesda and we, all their AAA games are going to be exclusive, and now we're buying Activision. And I think the message is clear, frankly, New Soul 9. And it's that Microsoft is able to manipulate the market reality as it stands, thanks to their capital. And I'm not against that, depending on where it leads. But I think that's what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that Microsoft is able to just fund these AA games and bring them out and put them in their showcases and not cancel them and not be worried about them, because it's a drop in the bucket to them. I mean, a literal, like, minuscule drop. Like, Hellblade 2 means nothing in terms of how much money is being invested in that project compared to the moves that Microsoft is currently making. Does that make sense? Hopefully I'm explaining myself correctly. When Microsoft is in the process of spending $7.5 billion for Bethesda or $68 billion for Activision Blizzard, I really don't think Microsoft is that worried about, well, what's the budget of Hellblade 2? What's the budget of Avowed? I'm not saying that means that they can run rampant and the budget can be whatever they want it to be. Certainly not. There are limits, but I'm just saying they just are looking at it from a completely different lens, and that is sales don't matter, so therefore maybe the budgets don't matter because they don't matter as much. It's not as volatile. Yes, that's the thing. That's the I guess the whole point, New Soul 9, in what you're saying, and the conclusion I'm trying to come here. I'm just being extremely long-winded and almost talking in circles. Game Pass can be less a place where there's less volatility in terms of games and risk. And that is simply because of the money that Microsoft is putting behind it. The money coming from Microsoft is the safety net. And that's why I said that it like Microsoft is basically manipulating the market a little bit, but to the benefit in some cases of the developer. And Sony is not doing that because that is just not where they're trying to invest their money. Sony is not investing their money into AA games and supporting AA games because Sony is pretty convinced that these AA games are either A, not going to make a return on their investment, or they're going to struggle to do so. The better bet for Sony is we got to bet on the big AAAs, because not only is that what our studios produce and they produce well, but it works. It works for them. So I know I'm going in circles at this point. So I hate it when that happens, because I feel like I definitely have a point I'm trying to make, but I begin to talk so extensively about this one thing. And New Soul 9, you got one last super chat here, which again, thank you. You're saying, by the way, I'm referring to all games shouldn't be safe haven, big or small, not just AA. Well, final thought here before I move on to the next super chat, New Soul 9. The market has always had issues. That is something that we can say definitively. From the time the gaming market was created to now, there have always been all different types of issues. There was even a crash. The market crashed in 1984 or something like that. And the market will find a way to correct itself. It will. Because regardless of what games succeed and what games fail, indies, AA's, AAA's, they always persist. They always have, they always will. I think the unfortunate reality of the market and of all markets is sometimes games that don't deserve to fail do. And sometimes even games that some people believe don't deserve to succeed as much as they are do. And I think at that point, it speaks more to the consumer, right? So thank you for that, New Soul 9. I do have to get a move on here. Jake S215, thank you for the 5. You're saying last one until Sunday because I work next Thursday too. Well, dude, Jake S215 is getting everything out here in advance. I very much appreciate that, Jake. Thank you for the support today. We have Lose Yourself. He says, in fact, thanks to Microsoft for Game Pass, I played Starfield and learned that it's a bless not to pay $60 for a mediocre game. Well, kind of brutal there, Lose Yourself, no doubt, but that's the point. That's the point. I'm not saying Starfield is mediocre, but that is truly one of the benefits of something like a Game Pass model is if you are unsure of a game, you can subscribe for just a month. You can try it and you can figure out, is it worth it? Would this be worth a full purchase? And if you decide it's not, you did kind of save money in that sense. So yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. Lose Yourself. I feel like Lose Yourself is holding back there a little bit. Excuse me. Chris Brown, thank you for the $5, man. You're saying unpopular opinion, but Sony needs multiplayer games. Too many people have PlayStations to not have a community online experience for us to play with friends. It makes me a little bit sad that this is an unpopular opinion, Chris, or what seems to be an unpopular opinion, because I agree. I think it is a tragedy, frankly, that you see all of these successful live service games. And the thing about a successful live service game that it's very good at doing is building a community. 100% building a community that rallies around that game. And that is part of the live service experience. And I feel like we have these communities that rally behind the games that Sony makes now, and that will continue. That will not cease. Spider-Man 2, the PlayStation community, the community that enjoys these types of games from Sony, I mean, unless you're not a Spider-Man fan, is now rallying behind this game. But there's no denying that, that community moves from one game to the next, and that's fine. I'm always gonna do that, and I'm sure many of you are as well. That same community is probably going to rally behind Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and then Wolverine and Ghost of Tsushima 2, and so on and so forth. But it would be great for some of these experiences to know that if you're not ready to move on, there's a whole game there that you can continue to live in this world with this community and persist there while still enjoying. You can have the best of both worlds, is what I'm saying. So I'm in 100% agreement, Chris. I absolutely am on board with Sony bringing out multiplayer games, and I understand. I see something I see from some community members is they say, I think Sony doing 10 to 12 games is simply too much. And I get that. It is a lot. And I can understand why it seems like too much, but even as we went over this Jim Ryan Q&A, which we're not done yet, which I'm sorry, it's very spread out now. They don't expect all of these games to be a success. So when it's all said and done, there's likely only going to be a handful of these live service games that stick around and persist in the long run for Sony. Guava, member for 3 months, he says, kind of ironic that Microsoft and Sony are playing catch up to each other. Sony with Microsoft's live services and Microsoft with Sony's blockbuster single player titles. Yeah, it is ironic. And it's funny to think that that's really what Microsoft's biggest strength was when they entered the gaming industry. It really was about revolutionizing multiplayer gaming. I mean, they had the Ethernet port in the back of their original Xbox Live, obviously, Halo's multiplayer. And Sony, they did an okay job. I mean, I played the PlayStation 2 and I played multiplayer games. I played Metal Gear Solid 3 online. I played a game called Delta Force Black Hawk Down. Played Resident Evil Outbreak. And these were all online experiences I had on the PlayStation 2. So it wasn't as robust in terms of the overall user experience. But it was there. And it is funny to think that during the PlayStation 3 era, Sony did have a lot of multiplayer games that had immense potential, and they just failed to kind of carry them over into the new era of live service, where it's not just about standalone multiplayer experiences anymore that just exist in a certain place and time, So it is very ironic. We have Planet Schlorpian. He says, didn't Sony block Final Fantasy 16 and 7 remake / Rebirth from ever coming to Xbox? I believe they did. I'm not sure about that. I think there have been conversations that have happened that have insinuated that's what they did, but I'm not sure if we ever got explicit confirmation that Sony paid to block these. I think it was for a service, which people were making a big deal out of it, like, oh, Sony paid to ensure that a game couldn't go to Game Pass, but it's part of a bigger deal. And Microsoft has done deals like that as well, or very similar in nature. When you're striking an exclusivity deal, one of the things you're going to put on that contract is, and you can't put it onto Game Pass, right? Because think about it, if they didn't put that in the contract, technically speaking, Square could say, oh, we're not going to release a version of Final Fantasy VII Remake for players to buy, physical or digital, on the Xbox store, but we're going to put it on Game Pass because you guys didn't say we couldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like a technicality in a way, where Sony has to ensure that they cover all their bases, where if you're going to pay a large sum of money to keep a game exclusively on your platform, you have to make sure you cover all your bases and there isn't some kind of sneaky workaround that a company could exploit. Although I don't think Square would ever exploit something like that, because that would like tarnish their partnership with Sony. But that's my understanding of it. But I don't know. I don't know if Sony has struck a permanent deal. Maybe they have. I'm just assuming that now that Microsoft is getting cozy with Square Enix, that maybe these Final Fantasy games are going to come to the platform very soon, sooner than expected. It could simply be that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not going to Xbox ever. And the only reason it's exclusive to PS5 for 3 months is because Sony's becoming very chill with games going to PC. And they're just like, yeah, we'll just do 3 months and then put it on PC. That's fine. That could absolutely be the case. But I don't know, man. I don't have a recollection of coming across something that definitively states they're permanently exclusive. But considering Final Fantasy VII Remake, when you consider how long that was exclusive and still is to the PlayStation console, I guess it does make sense when you think about Rebirth to assume it's going to be, you know, releasing on PC 3 months later, not necessarily Xbox. But we'll have to see. I see a question here. MBG, what does Sony do if Microsoft keeps buying publishers like a Japanese publisher? I think it's pretty likely it won't be considered monopolistic since their market share in Japan is abysmal. I wish I could tell you, man. I wish I could tell you. I don't know. This is uncharted, unprecedented territory, man. The biggest mistake I've made with all of these conversations is speaking as if I know. I always do that to myself. I get worked up and I allow my ego to take the wheel and I say I know what's going to happen. I think I have some ideas of what could happen and I've expressed them many times, but I don't know. I don't know, man. When it comes to predicting Microsoft and their moves and the impact they're going to have, I wish I could tell you. I wish I could say I've seen the future. I know what the gaming industry looks like 5 years from now, but I have literally no idea. All I can safely say is Microsoft is going to continue down this path aggressively, and that's not going to stop. And Sony is seemingly, based off of this Q&A with Jim Ryan, they have a strategy in place that they believe will not only keep them in a prime position in the gaming industry, but double their revenue, specifically their first-party revenue. One of the biggest takeaways from this Jim Ryan Q&A that we still haven't finished, we're going to finish this Q&A, it's almost done. One of the biggest key takeaways that everybody should highlight is Sony is looking to rely less on third-party. Now, I don't know if it was New Soul 9 last stream. I think it was New Soul 9, where we had a conversation about how reliant Sony is on third party and how dangerous it can be for them. Well, interestingly enough, that is the main takeaway from this Q&A, is Sony's goal with live service is to fill in all the gaps and double the revenue while doing that in genres that they're not present in right now, expertise as they put it. So that way, if they double their first party revenue, suddenly their third party revenue, for as great as it is, and they're going to continue to rake in that money, of course, it's not make or break for them. Like Call of Duty, right? We saw how Sony got over Call of Duty and the potential of losing it. Sony now has to work very hard to get to a secure position where if they lose Call of Duty, that sucks and that will hurt them, but not nearly as bad as it would currently. And the reason why, we got our own. Maybe it's not as big or success as, maybe it's not the same game as Call of Duty. Maybe it's not as successful, but it's up there. So we're good. Sony needs that. That's what's going to save them, I think. And I think that's what Jim Ryan is trying to communicate. That's the difference maker. When I say save them, I'm talking about down the line. Like you're saying, the question I got here is, what happens if Microsoft keeps buying these publishers. Well, what we can infer safely is that if Microsoft keeps buying publishers, more and more games are going to be taken away from PlayStation. And that is probably Sony's biggest concern. We have Game Over Cholo. Big shout out to Game Over Cholo.
Thank you.
He keeps the membership train going today by gifting a membership of his own. So thank you for that, man. Thank you for keeping the membership train going. Let me add that to the counter. And we'll continue with these super chats. Where am I at here? I'm almost caught up. So I have Godslayer Tactician. He says, I hope Doom can maintain its quality since it'll be on Game Pass. I assume it will. I really don't believe that with Bethesda or Activision Blizzard, I don't believe these games are just going to suddenly drop in quality. There is always this concern where now that they're owned by Microsoft and they're going to be put into a service, are they going to reduce in quality? I believe that if they ever do, it'll be a while from now. It's not going to be anytime soon. It'll be... So I think these games only end up reducing in quality. Okay. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys just hear Boss? He wasn't meowing, but he just gave some chirps. I don't know if it came through the mic. Maybe he wasn't close enough, but he made sounds. Okay, I've been trying to get Boss to make sounds here. I feel like the mic didn't pick it up. It probably didn't pick it up. You guys got to hear what he sounds like. Didn't come through. Damn it. Guys, really quickly, I'm going to continue this conversation and we're going to finish this Q&A with Jim Ryan. I got to ask you, please take a second of your time, hit that like button for me. We are sitting at 360 likes, which I'm very grateful for. I would really, really appreciate it if we could push to get that to 400 likes. That would put the stream in a very good position, certainly. So guys, everybody, hit that like button if you're enjoying it. I'd very much appreciate that. Let me see. So when it comes to the quality of Doom, I'm not worried about it. I think Doom will be fine because it's already been in development. I don't think the budget's getting reduced or anything like that. I don't think it's going to be rushed. MBG, you have to talk about the Jim Ryan talking about why they're so solid. Yes, we are. I'm almost done with these super chats, which this is never a problem. I love the super chats because the support is incredible. So no worries, guys. We'll get through it. Fred Vance, member for 40 months. Got it. Let's give a shout out to Fred here. He's been a long time member, 40 months. Fred, I got to give you that for 40 months. That's good stuff, dude. Saying MBG, they are in a way supporting new AA devs from both of their projects in both China and India that we would otherwise never hear of. You know what? Great call out, Fred. See, this is why I rely on you guys to always kind of bring this stuff up and remind me, because you're right. You're absolutely correct. They are focusing on these development teams in different parts of the world that we would not really hear of them, or they would get much less exposure. Now, granted, Sony's not doing this, it's not like a charitable thing they're doing. They're doing it for their business and, to help sell more PlayStation 5s, of course, but it's a mutual thing. And you're correct in that a lot of these games we'd see would be considered AA games, not big AAA massive hits. So good call out there, Fred. Good call out. I think it helps paint a wider, more visible picture. And Broccoli Rob with a $2 super chat says, "Where the F is my dollar?" Broccoli Rob, I'm sorry, man. Why won't it let me do it? Hold on, Broccoli Rob. Trying to make sure I get your... All right. There you go, man. There's your dollar, Broccoli Rob. You've waited long enough. There it is. Enjoy it. It's funny, dude. I got notified like multiple times today, like, use your milestone chat. Use your milestone chat. And I'm like, the opportunity will present itself. So there you go, Broccoli Rob. Game Over Cholo, you're saying, paying it forward. I don't want people to miss all the Spider-Man 2 lead up and MBG reaching 100K. Thank you so much, man. So Game Over Cholo was the last person who gifted a membership here so far, and he's saying he wanted to pay it forward. So thank you so much for that, buddy. All right, check this out. Fred Vance says, MBG, where's my penny? Fred, unfortunately, I think you're going to have to wait for the next milestone chat. You know what? I learned that the milestone chats don't roll over. So if you don't use your milestone chat each month, it doesn't roll over, which is unfortunate. Let's finish this interview, guys. I'm sorry it took so long. The next question that Jim Ryan was asked, what is Sony's metaverse strategy? How big of a role will VR2 play there? Is it for gaming only, or will it be for something broader in terms of applications and markets? Jim Ryan says, quote, we're approaching metaverse conversations through two lenses. First is as a platform holder. We had something called PlayStation Home for the PS3, and that was a very early manifestation of a platform metaverse. It was probably 10 to 15 years ahead of its time. I agree with that. The second is from the studio perspective. We have a couple of projects underway that are very exciting for us in terms of creating some sort of game type metaverse, which can possibly have collaboration with other parts of Sony. Sony's entertainment assets have huge potential in the metaverse area. As for VR2, we see it having a role down the road, more in the midterm. So really interesting stuff here. PlayStation Home is acknowledged by Jim Ryan. Big deal. Hopefully we get another iteration of that. A couple of projects underway that are very exciting in terms of creating some sort of game type metaverse. Interesting stuff here, man. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what to make of this, guys, but that's his answer. Now, I have one more Q&A here, but I feel as though I could be mistaken. This might not be every single question and answer. I was under the impression that it was, but I think there may be a few things we missed because, as it was pointed out, Jim Ryan mentioned something about why Sony was being so quiet, and I'm not seeing that here. So maybe I'll have to do a little bit more digging to find more. Maybe I'll go check out, I think William Aguilar, he mentioned I should go check out. He compiled this. But here's the last question here. Netflix upended the industry in TV and movie content. They want to give free content at no extra charge. I am curious, how do you think about Netflix's emerging presence in the gaming space? Is Netflix something you have to think about as a potential competitor? Jim Ryan says, quote, just given the nature of Netflix, it is important to watch them carefully. Some of what they're doing, such as leveraging their IP portfolio with game-type applications, is quite smart. I contrast that with the other huge tech companies that tried to do this and failed. Building a gaming platform is very difficult, but I think in the long term, what they're doing is interesting. We need to be careful with them. The business of making games is an extremely expensive one, and at some point, if they're serious about it, and if they aspire to accumulate critical mass, I think they will have to change their business model. The current model will be challenging. I agree with that. That's Jim Ryan's very polite way of saying Netflix is big, so we will pay attention to them just for that. But yeah, we're not worried about what Netflix is doing in gaming right now. I think that's his polite way of saying that. Okay, I'm now going to see if I can... I want to see if I can find more questions and answers that I may have missed. So give me 1 second here, guys, while I do this. Let me see. Oh, where is it, man? Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I don't have every single Q&A here. Sorry, guys. Hang tight. Bear with me for a moment. I got so many replies on this, I can't. I can't find it. Maybe I can look up Jim Ryan. Let's see. I'll do Jim Ryan Q&A. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I love how my live stream was one of the first things that comes up on a Google search. All right, maybe there's more here. Launching 10 new. Okay, so I have another Q&A here. Okay, so I'm not seeing any more questions. Like, I don't think I missed any. Shelly says, MBG, the too long didn't read is Jim said they didn't have to market PlayStation because the PS5 is selling so well. So essentially, we should expect PlayStation to talk more when the PS5 sales begin to decline. Yeah, I came across that in passing, and that's how I know, like, that was a thing. You know what? Let me check one last source. And if I can't find it here, then yeah, because I just want to find the full quote, because he basically did say that. All right. I'm looking over here at Zubitech. He, I think, compiled a bunch of quotes. Hold on, Leia. Okay, I see the quote about live service. Here we go. Here's okay. This is, I don't know how this one wasn't compiled. Guys, this is one of the most important quotes from Jim Ryan, or answers, okay? And this is being reported by Zubitech. Excuse me. Sony Interactive Entertainment PlayStation President and CEO Jim Ryan, quote, "We will do what we are doing right now, which is to become less reliant on third-party games and third-party royalties, and to make more first-party games. If we double our share of first-party games, which are more profitable than the third-party royalty stream, it will bring down our reliance on third-party games. That is the single biggest thing, and one of the main reasons why we are embarking on M&A. I would like to point out that we are also growing our existing studios, increasing capabilities and their ability to output in various areas, including live services. I feel like this part deserves a lot more attention than it is currently getting." Get this quote from Jim Ryan: "Large M&A gets all of the headlines, but there's a lot going on, and growing your studios organically successfully is a smart thing to do." So one of the single most important answers from Jim Ryan, and in my opinion, this, again, what he says in the beginning here, we will do what we are doing right now, which is to become less reliant on third-party games and third-party royalties. That is, I think that tells you everything you need to know about Sony's strategy. I do. I think that tells you everything you need to know. And he does mention at the end here that he's saying that right now the large M&As get all the headlines, but he believes that growing studios in a more organic way, and in this case, organic doesn't mean literally creating a studio from the ground up and growing it, but maybe buying a smaller to mid-sized studio and growing it over time. He mentions growing their existing studios. So yeah, a very important quote that I missed. And I just can't seem to find the other quote here from Jim Ryan where he talks about, because yeah, Shelly, you definitely did the TLDR version justice there. We'll just leave it be. You know, it's, yeah, okay. All right, sorry guys. I know there's a lot of dead air right now as I'm looking for this stuff. Saying Mystic has it in his video. Well, yeah, I did watch Mystic's video as well. I think that's where I saw it in passing and realized that for some reason I can't find it. But yes, in February of 2022, what Jim Ryan basically said to the investors is that they're not aggressively marketing the PlayStation 5 because they don't need to. Like, the demand is simply too high that it would be almost unjustifiable to aggressively market it, knowing that it doesn't matter whether you spend that money marketing it, like, people are going crazy for it. And I think that was like, if you think about the timing of that, we're talking about February 2022. Yes, I agree. I think that demand has settled or is beginning to settle because during that time, that's coming, if I'm not mistaken, at around the exact, I don't know if my timing is off here. Was it February 2022 or February of this year when the shortage finally was over? Time is passing so quickly for me that I'm losing track. Can you guys let me know? Was it last year that the shortage ended or this year? It was 2022. Wow, man. Time is flying. Holy crap. That's wild to me. I was just talking to my friend last night and he mentioned Elden Ring. And we were talking about gaming this year and he brought up Elden Ring and I was like, dude, Elden Ring was last year. And he's like, no, it wasn't. I was like, yeah, dude, Elden Ring came out last year. Not this year. And he was like, what? And even I was like, yeah, that's crazy to think. I was like, yeah, one game of the year last year. So time is flying, man. But yeah, that's around the time when the shortage was coming to an end and there was kind of a bounce back effect where PlayStation 5 sales were absolutely skyrocketing due to that pent up demand that couldn't be met. And I think it's safe to say that it carried them, like that wave carried into 2023 where there was still more demand for it, especially with the big games that launched this year. But I think it's safe to say we are reaching that point where the demand has settled down. And I do believe 2024 is the year where Sony's going to have to get very serious about, you can't ride the wave anymore. You can't. It's time to actually create that wave yourself once again. At least that's my hope. So that is Jim Ryan just laying it out flat that, yeah, they're not aggressively marketing the PS5 in February of 2022 because the demand is just simply too high. So you're saying Sony have been way too complacent. I think it's just the nature of the beast when you have a CEO that is very numbers driven, that is very business oriented, because that to me gives us clear insight into how Jim Ryan runs the PlayStation business. Jim Ryan sees sales are great, we're exploding percentage wise, and nothing can stop us. And we're, there's just massive growth. So, there's been a lot of speculation that Jim Ryan has been kind of holding things back purposely and saving them for when things do slow down. And I think that this is straight up confirmation that that is how they're handling it. And it might give us a little bit of insight into what we can expect going forward when it comes to, when it comes to Sony and how they're going to market the PS5, when they're going to have the big showcase with the big first party announcements. I mean, we've been sitting here saying multiple times throughout the months that maybe Sony's holding back because of what Microsoft is doing. But no, it might just simply be that they're holding certain things back because of what they're doing. And they're not doing bad. They're doing fine. And I think that this is exactly why with this last state of play we got, there were people expressing some frustration, like how come Sony didn't have any brand new games revealed? It's like, yeah, I get that, but I think it's obvious. They have Spider-Man 2. They're not worried. They know they're going to do just fine for the remainder of the year thanks to Spider-Man 2. Yeah, third party in that showcase, certainly lots of third party. It all does make sense now. I agree. And New Soul 9, sorry to keep you waiting, man. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying, hey, MBG, have you watched the creator of God of War, David Jaffe's video talking about Spider-Man 2? He makes interesting points I never thought about. I haven't. No, I sometimes come across like video thumbnails and titles, like his videos just kind of pop up on my feed occasionally. I haven't watched them in a long time. I don't know, New Soul 9 or anybody else in the chat. Maybe you can give me the gist or some of the things, some of the important points that he makes in that video regarding Spider-Man 2. I know David Jaffe, he can be polarizing. Certainly. He can be a polarizing commentator in the video game space, and it's especially interesting considering he is a developer. He's the creator of God of War and Twisted Metal, so I'll always have respect for him for that because those are some beloved titles, certainly from PlayStation. Saying he's jaded, I can't speak to. Again, I don't listen to David Jaffe enough to be able to, cast any kind of judgment. But I do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he said in the video. Saying watch the Spider-Man 2 video and you'll agree. I don't know if I want to do any live reacting today. Let me see here. I still do have a couple of topics I want to get through before the stream ends. So New Soul, it's up to you, man. If you want to let me know some of the things he said, you can do that. I'll try to see if I can go check out his video after this stream is done. 6-hour stream. I don't have it in me to do a 6-hour stream, man. I mean, we're at the 4-hour mark. I still have some energy in me that I feel like I want to put towards getting the remainder of these topics. So once again, guys, I'm sorry for sounding like a broken record. Hit that like button as we move on to the next topic here. Some very interesting things from Jim Ryan, some very interesting insight. And I do wonder when the next time we're actually going to hear from Jim Ryan is. It seems like he's kind of went dark. I think it's understandable. This is during the course of the whole ABK deal. He's only really, the only time we've really heard from Jim Ryan is when things had to come out publicly. And everything we just went over is over a year old. This is from February 2022. So you have to imagine a couple things have changed, at least a couple of things. Ghetto God, you're saying MBG, all Jaffe said is that Spider-Man 2 is more of the same and brings nothing innovative. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I think that saying that, I'm going to give, it's not about giving the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if that's all he said. I'd have to watch the video. I don't know if he followed it up by saying, but it still looks really good. He's not wrong. Spider-Man 2 is more of the same. And that's something I want to speak to momentarily here before I move on to the, before I read what Titus Crow says here and then move on to the next topic. I want to say, yeah, that's the thing. I imagine if he's saying that, he's not saying that in a troll way where he's like, oh, it's just the same thing. No one cares about it. Spider-Man 2 is no different than God of War Ragnarok in the sense that it really is more of the same and it's not trying to innovate, and that is okay. The only concern we should have is this, not whether or not Spider-Man 2 is more of the same or any sequel for that matter, that we get from Sony is more of the same. That is the nature of a sequel. Granted, there are sequels that will try to innovate, but they're far and few in between, because the risk you run with innovating in a sequel is losing too much of what made people love your first game in the first place. So a sequel is not the place you go to find innovation or something totally fresh. It's where you go to find the comfort of, this is familiar and very much the same in a lot of ways. And I love that. Certainly improved in a lot of ways as well. Refined. The concern that people should have, and I think some people are expressing right now towards Sony, is it comes down to what we've discussed numerous times. The lack of a roadmap. The lack of a roadmap means that we cannot safely say definitively and say it's been confirmed that these are the new experiences that are not sequels coming from Sony where they may attempt to innovate. We do not have that in front of us. The closest we have to that is confirmation of Sony Santa Monica's new IP, of Sony Bend's new IP. And that's it. We don't know what these games are, what these IPs are. And obviously other things that we just have yet to have formally acknowledged and announced. So the concern for some people right now is that all we can expect from Sony for this entire generation is more of the same through sequels. And I have always pushed back against this a little bit, because I tried to remind people that these things take time. They do. And to me, the strategy that Sony employed here, or deployed, I should say, is a strategy where the first half of this generation is going to be very much focused on more of what you got during the PlayStation 4 generation in the form of sequels. It is more of the same. It is less innovative. But on the back end, the second half of this generation, I anticipate we will get more of the same of the PlayStation 4 generation. And in that, I mean, we're going to get some new IP. We're going to get some big new AAA IP that is going to potentially create new franchises and hopefully innovate in some areas. Ghetto God, you're saying MBG Jaffe also said Sony's formula is getting stale, AAA single-player story-driven games. It won't. It won't. It seems like it is now because, and I agree with that, like I think some people are getting a little bit tired of Sony's formula now. Mainly because Sony hasn't been doing much else outside of it. And I think that's where the live service games come in, where I think people are going to realize very quickly how Sony's formula is not going to change, but there's going to be a new ingredient added to that formula that will ultimately change. It will change how people perceive this stale formula. And I think that it's not necessarily going to a guarantee that it's going to work out and people are going to be okay with it. But no doubt, there's no doubt in my mind that when we get some of these live service games, they are going to be very, very different from anything we've gotten from Sony in the past like 10 years. And that is where, yeah, exactly. You know, there are going to be people that are coming out and be like, I want the old Sony back. Please go back to the formula, you know, and I don't think that formula, they're not going to have to worry about asking Sony to go back to that formula because Sony's not getting away from it. It's just in between these big single player releases, we will like, you know, there might be some live service games that people don't latch onto. Now, I don't want to sit here and say that the only thing Sony should ever make are third person big AAA games. I did put this quote out on X. I posted this quote from Jim Ryan, and there was way more negativity surrounding it than I had anticipated. A lot of people were saying that this sucks. And I'm like, well, I don't really agree because I kind of love these games that Sony puts out. I really do. And I'm not opposed to getting more of them. But at the same time, I do try to be very understanding that people do want different types of games as well. And so we'll have to see what they end up doing. All right. New Soul 9, thank you for another super chat, bud. You're saying David basically talks about the lack of innovation on gameplay, and gamers are okay enough with something if it looks cool like a movie. That's a tough one. And you know, he's speaking from, I think, more of a creator's perspective, and I'm not a game creator. Saying all PlayStation games play radically different. They do. You know what I think it might come down to? I think it might come down to that we've reached a point in video games where the video game market, and no, not the market, the video game industry itself is so saturated that I think we have reached a point, and maybe, I don't know, maybe this is what's happening in music too, maybe TV and music, where everything is so saturated that it's like innovation is something, like true innovation is something that will not happen maybe every once in a blue moon. Like, I mean, truly, like it's like the most rare thing to occur going forward. Not because it's not, I think it's unfair to say it's just Sony. It's not. It's really not. Like, it's just the nature of so many things have already been created and the ideas are out there where it's like, go play. What game being made today isn't heavily inspired gameplay wise by a game that came before it? Think about that. Really ponder that for a moment. What game is coming out today that hasn't been heavily inspired by one or multiple games that have come out before it? Yeah, you could argue maybe like VR is the landscape where you'll see the most innovation potentially. That's potentially where you're going to see it. But I'm asking that question because I don't think it means we shouldn't ask about innovation. I'm not saying that like, oh, don't question it. Who cares? We don't need I'm not saying we don't need innovation in gameplay. I think we do. But I think, unfortunately, we've reached a point where that so-called innovation in gameplay we're going to get is going to be so incremental, and so subtle, you might not even notice it. You might not. Think about this, right? Let's bring up Call of Duty for a moment here. I think this is a perfect example. I want you, for anybody who's played old Call of Duty and modern Call of Duty and everything in between, I want to ask you this question. I want you to visualize this in your head. Think about playing Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare on your PS3 or your Xbox 360, right? Now, I want you to think about playing Call of Duty Black Ops 1 on your Xbox 360 or your PS3. And now I want you to think about playing Call of Duty Advanced Warfare on your Xbox One or your PS4 if you've played these games. And then I want you to think about playing Call of Duty World War II on your PS4 and Xbox 360 or Xbox One. Now I want you to think about playing Modern Warfare 2 on your PS5 and Xbox Series or on PC or whatever. Now, as you thought of this, if you've played all of these games, as I was going through them, were remembering certain gameplay moments and just the feel of each game. And something you probably noticed is that, between Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, which came out in 2007, and the last one I listed, which was Call of Duty MW2 was the last one I listed, but Call of Duty World War II. World War II, I think, came out in like 2017 or 2018 or something. You'll probably realize that the gameplay did not change in all of those years. So the feel of playing Call of Duty in 2017 and 2018 was the same as the feel of playing Call of Duty in 2007, 8, 9, 10. Now, granted, there are very slight differences, very slight, but generally And not even generally. I mean, let's be honest, like it feels the same. It does. Just some slight differences. Now, go to Modern Warfare 2. Let's go Modern Warfare 2019 and Modern Warfare 2. The reason why I'm specifically highlighting these two games is because these are the first Call of Duty games where they actually said, we're going to change the gameplay, like significantly. If there's one thing you can say about Modern Warfare 2019 is it's nothing like, in terms of how it feels to play, previous Call of Duties. And some people hated it. Others loved it. It was a divisive thing nonetheless because they decided for the first time in almost 2 decades to like change the feel of the game and make actual gameplay changes and innovations. Now, I don't know if innovation is the right word because it's not an innovation, but a serious change. And MW2 continued that. And it seems like MW3, which is coming out this year, is going to do the same thing. I'm using this to make a point. I'm using Call of Duty specifically to highlight that's the type of gameplay changes you can expect going forward in the AAA space. You are hardly ever going to see a dramatic change because it's all, you can't see a massive dramatic change in the AAA space when it comes to sequels because you're running the risk of just changing the genre of the game. Like, I don't think anybody would expect to pick up Modern Warfare 2 and suddenly it's playing like Doom. That would never work. You could say that is a major gameplay change. Wow, the biggest gameplay change we've ever seen in Call of Duty. But it wouldn't work. However, what Modern Warfare 2019 did was they said, okay, well, maybe we can't go that far, but maybe we can make it feel more like Battlefield. And that's exactly what they did. They traded one thing in for another, where they said, okay, rather than stick with the more arcade feeling of Call of Duty that everybody has known and been okay with, let's change it up. Let's go for a more Battlefield-esque feel. And to people playing Call of Duty who never played Battlefield, that's like brand new to them. The gameplay is not innovative because Battlefield already did it for many years. But for the first time, one of the biggest franchises where millions of those players probably never touched Battlefield got to experience something brand new. And that's why I'm trying to say that is what we would consider, to some extent, modern day gaming innovation. Fred says, MBG, look at Dragon's Dogma 2. I did actually watch that gameplay. It looks very good. You're saying that title will have some core gameplay changes, but will still have plenty of familiar mechanics. Exactly. Let's talk about Elden Ring. Elden Ring is going to go down in history as one of the greatest video games ever made. And you know what its only innovation was? And I'm not saying this in a mean way. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the game. I can't take anything away from Elden Ring. The biggest innovation that Elden Ring brought to the table is they took something that they already were doing. They put it in an open world setting and it caught fire. And you know what they were doing? They were making a difficult game with no directions, with phenomenal gameplay. That's what Dark Souls is. That's what Bloodborne is. It's a difficult game with phenomenal gameplay that doesn't tell you what the hell you're supposed to do or where you're supposed to go. They took that, they put it into an open world, and it hit, and it became mainstream. And people were like, oh my God, this is, I've never experienced anything like this. And it's like, yeah, because you must have never played Dark Souls or Bloodborne. And that's fine. That's the point. That's what every studio strives for, to take that thing that they made that maybe was a relative success and make it a universal success, or as universal as it can be. And that's why I'm saying that. Notice how it didn't take from From Software saying, let's get away from our formula. They did. They did Sekiro, right? And Sekiro was fine. Sekiro was a success at one game of the year, but it's no Elden Ring. Elden Ring is the epitome of, and many games like, when I say like Elden Ring, I'm talking like sequels. Elden Ring is a sequel. That's just the reality of it. It is a sequel. It is a spiritual successor. That's the word I'm looking for, not a sequel. Let me take that back. It's not a sequel because we didn't get an Elden Ring 1, but it's a spiritual successor. And that these days is probably the best you can hope for when it comes to AAA games. People have told me before, they've said, if you want innovation, go play indies. Because indies are doing things that, frankly, big budget games cannot do. What the hell? Sorry. I just think it's a very interesting conversation. Fred, you're saying MGS5 added new things that previous titles didn't have, and it was a major success. Exactly. And it's funny because the things that MGS5 added were things that were already done in other games, but it's that MGS had that kind of, I mean, it had that Kojima touch, frankly, right? It just had that kind of boldness to it, that just this kind of presence that's like, oh my God, the world of Metal Gear, you know? And then Kojima was like, you know, there are these other open world games that are doing all these things. They could probably benefit our game. And, you know, people consider MGS5 a 10 out of 10, not because it's MGS5. You know, it's interesting. MGS5 almost kind of is, in a way. It is. I would say that is an innovative game. But you know what makes it kind of funny is that it's not innovative because it thought of doing something brand new that no one else ever did, in terms of like, here's like a new gameplay mechanic that is now going to define a whole new genre of gaming. They didn't do that. Instead, what they did is it's kind of similar to what Elden Ring did, is they had this gameplay formula that wasn't very common, and that is stealth action. I mean, let's face it, there's not a lot of AAA stealth action games, almost none anymore. And they said, what if we just how can we translate that in an open world? And what it essentially allowed for was a level of freedom in how you can approach mission structure and infiltration and stealth with a mix of action. You can choose how you want to do it. And really, there just hasn't been, as far as I'm aware, there just wasn't a game that did that. There were stealth action games that came before MGS5, and there were many open world games that came before MGS5, but MGS5 was the first game to say, let's marry the two and see what we can do, see what we can come up with. Yeah, Death Stranding. You could argue Death Stranding is like a genuinely innovative game. I do think that there's an argument to be made that Death Stranding is like one of the last like major innovative games, where I think Kojima called it like a strand game or something, and I don't know. Well, I don't know. I guess you could say a game like Baby Steps is inspired by Death Stranding. The second Strand game, maybe. But Death Stranding is like, it really, you gotta, whether you love Death Stranding or hate it, you gotta at least give Kojima credit that he really tried to take a certain concept, a gameplay concept, and something that I don't know that it's ever been done before, and really say, like, this is gonna be the core of this game. And it's just, it's funny to think that I don't know, man. When you I'm sitting here thinking about my time playing Death Stranding and how It's such a strange game, man. It is. It's such a strange game, and there's nothing quite like it. I consider it innovative. New Soul 9, dude. Again, thank you guys for all the super chats today. Saying, oh, MBG, he was talking about how chasing the lizard and just going left and right and pressing one button instead of raising the scale of the things you have to do in the game as the chase continues. You know, I will say this, New Soul 9. I don't think if like the things that David Jaffe's saying here that you're mentioning, I don't think he's wrong. Like, people criticize Spider-Man, and I'm assuming that there's criticizing Spider-Man 2 as well for having like too many QTEs. It does at certain points, but I feel like it would be wise for people to have a kind of understanding that it's a Spider-Man game. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to a Spider-Man game expecting the biggest innovations in gameplay, I think you're going to be sorely disappointed. There's no denying that a big part of Spider-Man's development, Spider-Man 2's development, is we need to make sure that everybody can play this game. And in this case, that does come in the form of we have to have these big set piece moments that you don't really have to play. Not, you know, there's a ton of gameplay in Spider-Man and will be in Spider-Man 2, no doubt. But there are going to be these set piece moments where it is about mainly the spectacle and basic button prompts. And I think that's fine. Do you know why? Because I think that's where it fits. That fits in a Spider-Man game. It does. But I'll tell you what, like, I don't expect that in a game like, Horizon Forbidden West. The big set piece moments I expect in Horizon Forbidden West come in the form of shit. Like, there's a massive new machine that I came across, and now I have to actually like deconstruct it and figure out how I'm going to tear it apart. You know what I mean? And meticulously take it down. I don't, and that is the set piece moment. It is more interactive. It is more interactive, and it is in some cases more difficult. But that's where I feel like if Insomniac tried to do that with Spider-Man, Sony would probably be very upset because they have to, as crappy as it sounds, it's just the truth. Like, they have to consider the casual for a game like Spider-Man. They do. I'll tell you right now, if somebody like David Jaffe was in charge of directing Spider-Man 2, oh man, that would be a hell of a thing to see. You're saying, and that's just a Shadow of the Colossus rework, MBG. Oh, Titus Crow, I'm sorry, man. I actually forgot to read your thing here. Titus Crow, you're saying, remember, you cannot take anything with you that is received, only what you have given. So let any good you do be now. You may not pass this way again. Interesting. Some words of wisdom from Titus Crow. I was not expecting that. I should have saved that for the end of the stream. I like that. Maybe I'll read it again. Maybe I'll read it again at the end of the stream. Maybe we could start doing that. Somebody can post a chat of any kind at the very end of the stream, or something that's supposed to be an ending stream message to read. Yeah, so actually, we're talking about Spider-Man 2, Magnum Gaming. Give me one moment here. I have one of my topics that I wanted to mention. There's a new feature that Insomniac Games confirmed for Spider-Man 2, and that is you can turn fall damage on. Very interesting implications here, because this could make the game a lot harder. Now, I don't know about a lot harder, but certainly more difficult. More difficult than you would expect, because I did notice when I was replaying Spider-Man Remastered recently that I would fall to the ground a lot, and there was no consequence. And I would exploit that. So to think that you can now die from that is interesting. I might give it a shot. I think I like that. I do. I kind of like this idea of adding a slight layer of realism to Spider-Man 2, where yeah, you have these powers and you can swing and you can crawl and you can move, but if you hit the ground, you're done. Unless it's, I don't know, the assumption is you'll die. It could, maybe it works differently though. Maybe it functions like if you hit the ground from a high place, you just lose a lot of health. Maybe you can't actually die, which would be disappointing because I feel like if you're going to add this mechanic, right? If you're going to add this mechanic of fall damage, I feel like it has to have some real consequence to it. And I think that consequence comes in the form of you can die. Yeah, it'll be ultra violent, ultra gory. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. And Laurent comes back and he keeps gifting memberships today. Laurent is keeping this membership train going 4.5 hours into the stream. Thank you so much, man. He brings us to 105 members. Man, you guys just have come out in force today. Such an amazing community. Thank you for that, man. Thank you. And we have Lock PSB. He says, you know what? Laurent can't be the only one. Let's keep it going. He gifts a membership as well. He brings us to 106 memberships, guys. Think about that. 106 memberships. That's incredible. So let me give you guys a couple sound bites here.
Appreciate it.
Since we're talking about Spider-Man 2, why not? Yeah, W's in the chat for Lock PSB and Laurent. Really appreciate it, guys. This membership community continues to do heavy lifting. I should let everybody know, now that we have 106 new members, if you are somebody who was gifted a membership, you'll now have the membership badge next to your name. If you have that badge next to your name, you now have the ability to gift memberships yourself. I always try to remind people of that. I still get people asking me, how do you gift memberships? The only requirement to gift memberships is to be a channel member. And so if you are gifted one, you now have the ability to pay it forward if you so desire. And Jake S215 gets in on this as well. And he says, we got to keep this thing going, man. We got to keep it going. And he drops another membership gift as well. 107, guys. Still climbing. Thank you. Thank you for that. We have Magnum Gaming. He says, MBG, you don't need to put on headphones with PSVR 2. The packed-in earbuds produce the same 3D audio quality sound and are less of a hassle than putting on headphones. You're absolutely correct. I did use those earbuds, and I was a little bit worried at first when I wore the earbuds that came packed in. Like, they're built in, essentially. They feel like they're built in. I think you just have to attach it in the back. But they feel like they're built in to PlayStation VR 2, and they work really, really well. Like, they're actually pretty damn high quality to a degree in which I was kind of surprised at the quality of the sound. So, good call out there, Magnum Gaming. I haven't played PSVR 2 with a headset. I've just used those earbuds. That's how good they are. So, something I wanted to mention about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I did cover this in a video, but I gotta mention it one more time here, man. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is looking more and more impressive with each new reveal, and some additional details of the world map that have been provided in a recent interview highlight the extreme amount of care the development team is putting into the game. Speaking with Press Start, director Naoki Hamaguchi talked about the world map, revealing that the team took the map of the original game and recreated it all in a 1-to-1 scale, meaning that all towns, dungeons, and other points of interest are now included in the same space as one seamless map. Elaborating further on how players will get to explore such a vast world, Hamaguchi said that while the world of the map will be available right from the start, the size of the world will actually grow as players make progress and learn new abilities that lets them access previously unreachable areas. So I just wanted to kind of highlight this once again. We talked a little bit about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth earlier, but I did say that one of the most impressive things I walked away with in these gameplay previews is the map. And hearing that they're kind of doing a one-to-one recreation is wild. It is. You would have thought that with a game like this, there would be some kind of cut content or some kind of, I don't know, some kind of compromise, but they really went all in, man. And they said, we are recreating this thing one-to-one scale. And I like the fact that they're not going to overwhelm you, that they're saying you will unlock more of the map as you progress, that you can explore. Because if the whole thing was unlocked at one time, to me, it seems like it would feel a bit overwhelming. And with that, we also don't know just how big this world map is going to be. I mean, again, it's worth noting that this game is shipping on 2 discs. It's going to be 150 gigabytes. So just have to give one more shout out here to Square and this team and what they're doing. Perfect Image, you're saying, what do you think of Sony getting Ubisoft? Perfect Image, you have to be trolling, man. Surely you are. This is just a thing we do every stream. We have to have the obligatory. So what about Sony getting Microsoft? Super chat. No, I know. I'm just messing around, dude. I've spoke about this many times before. I'll mention it one more time here. Actually, I say one more time. I'm sure I'll mention it again in the future. I don't think Sony has any interest in Ubisoft. And if Sony ever came out and said, we've announced we are in talks to acquire Ubisoft, I would be shocked. I would be like, there's no way. I would be worried too. I would be, because I just feel like Ubisoft is such, again, they have over 20,000 employees, and yeah, it'll be true eventually. They have over 20,000 employees, and to me, that goes completely against Sony's strategy, which is like, Sony's strategy is not just about the sheer scale of, just getting bigger and growing and feeding some kind of machine. I mean, technically they are feeding the machine that is the PS5, but Sony is not in a position where they have to worry about getting content out like nearly as rapidly. And I just think that if Sony or any publisher for that matter or platform holder were to buy Ubisoft, they'd have to be very worried about, how this could impact their business in the long run and the bottom line and all that overhead. It would be quite the undertaking. So I do not think Sony will be acquiring Ubisoft. I wanted to mention this to you guys. Another topic I have here talking about premium PlayStation 5 controllers. This is coming from Push Square. They say, unfortunately, a fairly common issue with controllers these days is stick drift, whereby one or both analog sticks act as though you're holding them in a direction you are not. The DualSense is no stranger to this fault, but it looks like Nacon is attempting to make stick drift a thing in the past with their latest controller. The Nacon Revolution 5 Pro is an upcoming controller compatible with PS5, 4, and PC that looks like an alternative to the DualSense Edge. It has a modular design and is highly customizable. Included are 3 different stick heads and stick sizes, as well as 3 weights you can put in the grips, which is very interesting. Additionally, you can program 4 controller profiles per platform and customize it further using an app on your PC/Mac. It also boasts trigger blockers to let you customize their amplitude and 2 forms of D-pads to choose from. More interestingly, though, is the tech behind the asymmetric sticks. So yes, it is an asymmetric controller. They are the triggers, that being the triggers, are new magnetic Hall effect technology, which apparently makes for greatly increased precision and durability and eliminates stick drift. Obviously, whether that holds true or not will take time to assess, but hopefully it is. So this is going to cost, it says 229 pounds. So I don't know what that converts to in US dollars. Let me check here. $2. Let's see. I don't know that off the top of my head. So it's basically $250. So it's $50. So interesting, guys. I just wanted to mention this controller because this is like the first premium PlayStation controller that's trying to highlight the fact that they're eliminating stick drift. And I wanted to ask, it's $250. The DualSense Edge is $200. Would you pay that extra $50, assuming this actually holds up? Would you pay that extra $250 if it meant you never have to worry about stick drift? I feel like some people would. Fred, you're saying, MBG, I want to know what people are doing with their controllers. I've never had any stick drift issues. So actually, I have had stick drift in one controller. I have 2 black DualSenses. One of them has severe stick drift. Like, it's almost unusable and broken. I don't know why. I didn't do anything to it. Maybe I like dropped it or something and don't remember. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. The new Nacon Pro controller. So even though Sony did create their own DualSense Edge Pro, essentially a Pro controller for PS5, we still have these third-party manufacturers doing their thing. I want to talk briefly about the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection. Excuse me. We have official confirmation of the resolutions and frame rates, and they are disappointing. Frankly, I think they are. So, this was confirmed by Konami, Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, about the output, resolution, and frame rate per platform. Regarding the output resolutions and maximum frame rate for the titles included in MGS Master Collection Volume 1, here are the details. PlayStation 5, 1080p, 60 frames per second for Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, and Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Metal Gear Solid 1, 1080p, 30 frames per second on the PS5. PlayStation 4, same thing. So let's just get this out of the way. Metal Gear Solid 1 across every single platform, PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch, and Steam, locked at 1080p 30 frames per second. When it comes to MGS2 and MGS3, PS5, PS4, Xbox Series, and Steam, all 1080p 60. The Switch in handheld mode is going to run these games at 720p 30 frames. In docked mode, 1080p 30 frames. This to me is, I don't know if it's make or break in terms of if I'm going to buy it. I'm still probably, I don't know. I have to think about it. I mean, I want to play these games again, but that sucks. I'm kind of shocked that like you couldn't even get MGS1 at 60 frames. How? And you couldn't even get like these games at 4K on the PS5? It really rubs me the wrong way because it seems to me that it's kind of proof a little bit here that Konami's putting the absolute bare minimum into this. And I don't know, man. I think that's just really disheartening. So I figured I would let you guys know about that. And that's it. So the only other topic that I was going to try to talk about, but I really don't have it in me as we are approaching the 4-hour and 45-minute mark, was the situation going on with Unity. Basically, they're beginning to backtrack, but they're still not undoing their policy where they want to take a certain percentage, or they have to, basically developers, if their game is downloaded and installed enough times, they have to pay Unity. It's a nightmare. I think it's going to be their undoing. Unity's in trouble financially, and this is their desperate attempt to try to, I guess, make more money and save themselves, but it's just backfiring completely. So saying Godot the engine will replace Unity? Probably. Yeah. I think they're done for because they're still not completely reversing it. They're just trying to lessen it, and I don't think developers are having it. That's the gist of it. But guys, I'm beginning to lose my voice here a little bit from talking so much. I think this is going to conclude today's stream. And you know what? Before I close the stream, I want to do my outro. As always, before I do, I want to read what Titus Crow said one more time. Some words of wisdom. He says, "Remember, you cannot take anything with you that is received, only what you have given. So let any good you do be now. You may not pass this way again. There you go. Good stuff, man. So, guys, I'm going to emphasize one last time. Come on. I want to see the effort here. I know you can do it. I know you're sitting there. Maybe you're watching it on your phone, maybe on your TV, maybe you're on your PC, and you're going to hear me say, hit that like button, and you're not going to hit the like button. But guys, I want everybody to contribute before you leave because we can end the stream on the strongest possible note. Hit that like button. If you want to show support, I need that feedback. I need you guys to let me know that you like the streams. And the easiest way, take a second, hit that like button. I'm sorry for being a broken record. It's just unfortunately streams have a natural tendency to not get as many likes because it's very easy to just forego that. And I'm looking. A lot of people are asking me, MBG, when are you going to get to 100,000 subscribers? I don't know. I wish I had the answer to that. I'm going to try my best. I am. We're not going to stop, guys. We're going to keep going and we're going to keep doing our best. But I will let you know, for anybody who wants us to get to that 100,000 subscriber mark, every time you hit the like button, you're helping with YouTube's algorithm and you're giving us the best possible chance at achieving that. So thank you guys so much. And Jake S215 with another $5 super chat before we end here. He says, I got gifted a membership all the time, so I give it to other people. Thank you so much, man. That's what I think makes this community so amazing. We have members here that are receiving membership gifts and they feel inspired and they decide, you know what, I want to pay it forward and gift some memberships of my own. So Jake S215 gifts yet another membership, bringing us to 108 members. So shout out to you, Jake. And this is a great opportunity for me to do my outro by seriously thanking you guys. I know I say thank you a lot throughout the stream, but you better believe at the end of the stream, I'm going to take the most amount of time to just gush over this community and give you guys the props and the praise that you absolutely deserve. My words are simply not enough to convey how thankful I am and how awesome you are. It's been an interesting week, to say the least. And we've had many interesting weeks, and we will continue to have many interesting weeks. And one thing that remains true all throughout it is that this community here is the backbone of the community. I was thinking this community is the backbone of the community. This, you can tell my brain's fried. This community is the backbone and the heart of this channel. I know you guys always say that you appreciate my content and you like what I have to say, or you like hang out with me. I love hanging out with you guys as well, but make no mistake, this community is just as important as anything I'm doing here on the channel. So give yourselves a round of applause. Honestly, we have an amazing community, and I can't help but say it over and over again because it just blows my mind. 108 members on the day, a ton of super chats, which have created some very interesting conversations. Believe me, if it wasn't for you guys, we would not be approaching the 5-hour mark for a second time. Yes, well put. We have an astounding community. So I salute you guys. I really do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's very much appreciated. So with that being said, let's see. I want to make sure I give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter has been doing the timestamps for all the streams. He does a phenomenal job. He does amazing work on these timestamps. And if you see him in the comments section, make sure you give him a thank you. Make sure you show him some love because he really does a great job with them. So thank you for that, man. And let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I think the very last thing I have to say is I have hopefully a video coming out tomorrow. That's my goal. We'll have to see. My goal is to try to get videos out on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you are, again, a new channel member, go check out that member exclusive content. And we should be back here with another stream on Tuesday. And we'll see what we have to discuss, guys. So that does it, man. Matt York, you're saying you think you were here when I was at around 35,000 subscribers. That's awesome, man. That's awesome to see. So really appreciate you, everybody, whether you've been here since the beginning or maybe today's your first time joining. So that does it, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'm going to go get some food and hopefully enjoy some gaming for the rest of the day. So Thanks again. I will catch you all in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.